The December 2nd, 2021 meeting of the Ways and Means Committee will now come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Barnhart.
Here.
Ms. Barnhart is present. Mr. Baroth.
Here.
Mr. Baroth is present. Mr. Brew.
Here.
Mr. Brew is present. Chairman Delahaney.
Here.
Chairman Delahaney is present. Mrs. DeFlorio.
Here.
Mrs. DeFlorio is present. Mr. Felder.
Here.
Mr. Felder is present. Mr. Hebert.
Here.
Mr. Hebert is present. Mr. Mafucci.
Here.
Mr. Mafucci is present. Mr. Marinetti.
Here.
Mr. Marinetti is present. Mr. Morelli.
Here.
Mr. Morelli is present. Ms. Smith.
Here.
Ms. Smith is present.
We will need to suspend the rules of the legislature for the purpose of prohibiting public in-person attendance. You have a non-debatable motion on your agenda, which needs to be a maker and a second.
Move, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Moved by legislator Hebert, seconded by legislator DeFlorio. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. At this time, would legislator Brew please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance
Allegiance to the flag
To the
of the
flag
United
of the
States
United States of America.
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
One nation,
under God,
under God,
indivisible, with
with
liberty
liberty
and justice
and
for all.
There are two public hearings scheduled for tonight's meeting. Mr. Clerk,
An affidavit of publication and posting of the notice of the hearings on the assessment rolls of the Pure Waters districts for 2022 and the notice of hearing on the proposed 2022 Monroe County budget and the Daily Record and the Rochester Business Journal have been received and are on file in the clerk's office.
I now declare open the public hearings on the assessment rolls for the Gates Chili Ogden Sewer District, Arundecoit Bay South Central Pure Waters District, Northwest Quadrant Pure Waters District, and Rochester Pure Waters District for 2022. Are there any speakers registered for these hearings?
Is there anyone on or in the meeting that wishes to address the legislature on the assessment rolls for the public hearing?
I declare these public hearings closed. I now declare open the public hearing on the proposed 2022 Monroe County budget. Are there any speakers registered for this hearing?
Is there anyone in the meeting in the Zoom that is signed or wants to speak to address the public hearing for the proposed 2022 budget?
There being no,
Mr. Chairman, I have one email submission
okay,
from Bridget Hurley. Despite discouraging news on the pandemic, we look forward to 2022 with hope. Crises create opportunities, and we see many opportunities for Monroe County's children in the year ahead and beyond. We will emerge from the acute phase of the COVID-19 pandemic as a different community. If we make the right choices, we will be stronger. With an unprecedented infusion of state and federal dollars and greater awareness of disparities that have hurt many of our children, we can bring Monroe County back by ensuring all children in our community thrive. We can invest in prevention that pays off over the long run. We can adopt practices and policies that will build a brighter future for children, especially those affected by poverty, racism, health inequities, and trauma. We can craft a comprehensive plan that removes barriers to services and eliminates silos. The Children's Agenda stands ready to work with the county to make bold choices for children. Our recommendations regarding the 2022 proposed budget are as follows. Recommendations, child care. Monroe County should adopt several changes to its child care subsidy program. 1, expand reimbursement for absences. 2, a promotional campaign to raise awareness of the availability of child care assistance throughout the county. 3, a pilot program centered on a contractual model of child care assistance in which the county contracts with the provider or providers to serve eligible children. 4, increase the time allotted for travel for parents from the current 60 minutes to at least 90 minutes. This would open subsidy eligibility for families whose travel time is over an hour because they rely on public transportation, and it would stabilize revenue for providers who lose money with every part-time reimbursement. Community-based service delivery. We fully support the county's decision to work with the systems integration team initiative to identify more equitable and accessible avenues for residents to get help when they need it. We recommend that priority consideration be given to locating access points at non-traditional venues such as small Black and Latino-led community groups, faith communities, and neighborhood organizations. Transparency. We commend the public engagement that is currently underway regarding the county's use of ARPA funds. We ask that the plans and expenditures related to ARPA will be made available to the public. We urge the county to post information about CARES Act spending to date and through the end of the year. We strongly urge the county to incorporate a robust youth engagement process as the comprehensive plan is developed. The residents who will be most impacted by the plan must have a voice. Spend ARPA funds wisely with an eye toward an inclusive recovery. In response to the pandemic, our economic downturn, and our nation's growing reckoning with racial injustice, our community now has a game-changing opportunity for children to channel new revenue streams. We suggest 4 overarching principles guide decisions about ARPA expenditures. The top spending priority must be to support the most vulnerable children and families still recovering from these past 2 years of health, education, and economic disruption. Children and families living in poverty, Black-led organizations, and families with physical and mental illness. Invest new revenue to supplement rather than supplant existing revenue, balancing one-time only and recurring expenses. Invest in foundations for enduring, racially equitable systems. Focus on prevention and target expenditures towards strategies and programs with the evidence of effectiveness. And that was from Bridget Hurley.
There being no other speakers on this subject, I declare the public hearing closed. Are there any speakers signed up for the public forum?
There is not.
Okay. I would like to introduce Robert Franklin, Chief Financial Officer for Monroe County, who is here to present the proposed 2022 Monroe County budget as it pertains to the Ways and Means Committee. We will have a question and answer period following the presentation.
Hey, Bob, will you just
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Bob, will you just let us
Yes.
know when we should go to the next page?
No problem. Happy to. And I thank you for sharing your own screen due to my dismal performance trying to share my own screen at the last committee meetings. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. This is the 2022 budget presentation to our Ways and Means Committee. Next slide. Next slide. Mr. Chairman, your members, I'm sure, have all seen this slide before. I don't have many comments. I'll make one comment. The percentage of the budget spent in each of these areas really doesn't change a whole lot from year to year. I did go back 2, 4, and 6 years ago. Each of these areas, if there's any change in the percentage of budgetary spending, the swings are about 1% plus or minus. On the next slide, it's a little different. Whereas the previous pie chart showed what we spend our money for, This slide shows what we spend our money on, and the detail for this particular slide comes directly from page 54 of our budget book. Appropriations for salaries and benefits are growing by about 5.1%. In addition to the regular wage and step increases, the growth on this line also accounts for the estimated cost of settling our 5 union contracts that are set to expire at the end of this year. And just a quick comment about pension costs, if I may. There have been a number of articles published in the past month or two about the state comptroller reducing contribution rates next year. I would like to say that that doesn't really impact us. Monroe County opted into this pension stabilization program back in 2013, meaning our contribution rates have been pre-scheduled through 2025. Under the stabilization program, our contribution rates increased much more slowly than everyone else's from 2013 to 2016, 17, and now they're actually decreasing more slowly than everyone else's as well. And that trend will continue through 2025. Just looking at the next line, our contractual services and supplies, that's growing by a little more than $17.5 million. But there are some bigger ticket items driving what would otherwise be regular inflationary growth. Those bigger items amount to about $10.3 million out of the $17.5 million growth, and they account for almost 60% of that line item's growth. Those items include, within our Office of Mental Health and our Office for the Aging, an additional $2.8 million. Really, that's related to additional state funding. An additional $2.1 million in our Department of Transportation, and that's really tied to additional funding from the CHIPS program, PAVE New York, and the Extreme Weather Recovery Funds. There's an additional $1.5 million to expand our impact team to 24/7 operations, and we've discussed that that is funded by the New York settlement with the opioid lawsuits. There's an additional $1.8 million for the new DHS Community Integration Initiative, $1.1 million in additional growth in probation, and that's really related to budgeting our state Raise the Age grant. We're doing that now up front in the budget book. There will be a referral coming before the members later on in this year after New York State approves the plan. So that referral will simply amend our budget to bring the numbers in the book up to the actual amount. We tried to hedge our bets a little bit there, budgeting about 80% or so of what we really expect. And then finally, the last of the bigger ticket items is the additional $1 million for community college support. That includes both the $500,000 increase in our sponsor contribution for MCC, as well as a $500,000 increase in the support of Monroe County kids who go to other county community colleges. Looking at the next line, our appropriations for asset equipment and capital purchases, they're increasing by $1.55 million. And this particular object class includes equipment and vehicle purchases, payments on our capital leases, and the provision for cash funding of capital projects, which really is almost all of this line at about $14.3 million. Next year's debt service, that's actually going to be a little lower due to a $4.5 million reduction in our bonded debt service, and because the current 21 budget included a $3.5 million appropriation to fully redeem a bond anticipation note that had been issued. That was paid off back in April of 21. And I'll say that no bond anticipation notes were being issued this year, so nothing to budget for redemption next year. And then really the last item I'd like to point out on this slide is the $14.3 million increase in public assistance benefits in Medicaid. This increase is largely driven by higher appropriations for our daycare subsidies, which are $9.3 million higher than the current 21 budget. Like with the current 21 budget, we are reappropriating what we are projecting to have unspent state allocations remaining at the end of this year, and that's to provide the maximum amount available to our community as the local workforce rebuilds itself. The other $5 million increase on this line relates really to our child welfare services within DHS and our preschool special education services in public health. If we could advance to the next slide, we'll take a look at our operating revenues in the budget. This graphical representation of our revenues is kind of nice in that it shows how favorable and reliable our revenue structure actually is. I think many of you have heard us talk about this before. About 40% of the county's budgeted revenue relate in some form or fashion to property taxes, which is viewed by investors, banks, and credit rating agencies as a very stable revenue source. 40% is high. The statewide average is closer to 20 or 22%. On this pie chart, property tax and the related items include the 34% for property tax and pilots. They're on the bottom left part of your screen. The 3% of special assessments just to the right, which is really all Pure Waters, and about half, 3% of the intergovernmental revenue right above the property tax pie slice. This is where our below-the-line chargebacks can be found. About 14% of our budgeted revenues come from sales and hotel taxes. Sales tax, as you know, is a very volatile revenue source, subject to changing local, national, and even global economic conditions. Having such a relatively low portion of our revenues dependent upon sales tax is another great strength for us. By the way, in comparison, the statewide average for counties is closer to 32% of their operating budget. This is, of course, all because of our generous sales tax sharing statute, under which Monroe County retains only about 30% of the sales tax actually collected. And then the other major revenue source on the pie chart is our state and federal aid. They're a little bit separated from each other on this particular pie chart. Sorry about that. Combined, they account for about 28% of the county's budgeted revenues. This one is kind of interesting because the state comptroller, as well as a number of investors, refer to state and federal aid as reliance on aid. So, one can debate whether 28% is too much or too little, but what I'd like to highlight for you is that they are reliable payers. It might take them a little while sometimes, but when we bill them $1, they reliably pay us $1. That's kind of another interesting point, whereas cities and towns are generally simply allocated funds for their budgets. Our state and federal aid primarily takes the form of reimbursement for our paid expenses. So we will spend $1 today, and then at some point in the future, we receive a percentage back. Obviously, last year, the state's 20% withholding on aid raised some uncertainty about that, but at least in the end, they did the right thing and made everyone whole for their claims. So that 20% withholding was eliminated at the end of the state's first quarter, our first calendar quarter, and they have made us whole for what they had previously withheld. Again, staying on revenues, if I can go to the next slide, we'll take a look at our equalized taxable property values. They continue to increase the way they did in the early 2000s, coming in at about 3.2% in the July 1st final assessment rolls. About a quarter of the growth relates to new construction. The bulk of the growth, however, is due to the continuation of a tight real estate market, which obviously I think is exhibiting high demand and limited housing supply. For tax cap purposes, New York State holds us harmless for the growth in the levy due to new construction. So using the growth factor provided by state tax and finance, levy growth from new construction amounts to just under $2.4 million. Looking at the next slide, we'll take a peek at our sales tax collections. We're budgeting sales tax revenue next year at just over $177 million, $177,150 to be exact. That represents about an 18.2% increase from the 21 budget. And I realize that may seem pretty steep, but there's a couple notes about that. First, our budget of 177 million is an 11.3 increase from the 2019 revenues. And if you trend 2019 revenue forward for 3 years at what had been our average rate of growth, our projection is right there. Second, our sales tax growth over the 2021 projection, the current year, relates to the end of the state intercept for distressed hospitals. I believe many of you know New York State, through the budget, imposed an intercept of county's sales tax and set aside for distressed hospitals. For Monroe County, that was about $3 million. And they did that for 2 state fiscal years, but that is sunsetting now. So that's gonna, that gives us back that growth in tax. The third point I'll make about that, our $177 million budget for next year is pretty much the midpoint in the range of the current year projections. I said last year that, there's sales tax projection is as much of an art as it is a science. I do model sales tax 2 different ways, and I try to let the economic data sway my opinion up or down, looking at jobs data, unemployment rates, wages, personal disposable income, and the personal savings rate are somewhat favorites of mine. So even with the more recent surge in COVID cases, I am still comfortable with this budget. Obviously, it is still an area of financial risk. And then finally, looking at our last slide, your members have been asking good questions about our use of fund balance in the budget, so I'm just going to summarize it on this slide. Within our debt service fund is our reserve for bonded debt. These are unspent bond proceeds that can only be used for upcoming debt service on the capital projects for which we originally issued those bonds. Cash available for next year's debt service on those specific projects amounts to about $2.7 million. The use of Pure Water's fund balance has been a recurring theme, but it's been coming down for the past 3 or 4 years. I've commented before, each year the controller and I meet with the management staff and Pure Waters to review each district's operating results, their financial condition, and we talk about what might be coming up in the next year's budget and what might be available to cover that. I'm happy to say that I think we're rounding a corner in Pure Waters from simply using fund balance as a plug to being more mindful and strategic in how we manage and apply Pure Water's fund balance. And then that brings me to our general fund. In preparing our financial statements last year, we knew there were several union contracts expiring at the end of 21. So we assigned $4 million of our fund balance that could be used to lessen the immediate budgetary impact of any negotiated wage increases. So with that intent, we've proposed appropriating $1.7 million of that $4 million assignment to partially offset the impact of wage increases for 2022. Mr. Clerk, and Mr. Chairman, that concludes my presentation. The staff here and I are happy to answer questions your members may have.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. I appreciate that. And at this time, we're going to start this portion of the evening where I'm going to go through and every legislator who's a member of the Ways and Means Committee is going to have an opportunity to ask questions. So just, I ask that everyone on the Zoom call understand that these questions are reserved for committee members. And I ask that when you ask for the floor, what we'll do is I'll acknowledge a legislator that makes the request for the floor, and then I'll allow that legislator to ask questions that they have for the committee and for the administration this evening. So starting at this time, I'll be happy to open up the floor to questions.
Legislator DeFlorio.
Okay, Legislator DeFlorio, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to start out, I guess I tried to sort of put these in some order. So I'm going to start out with just a few general questions, if I may. Through the chair to the administration, can we be provided with a breakdown of travel appropriations within each division of each department whose portion of the budget falls within the purview of this committee? Through the chair.
Mr. Chairman, just let me make sure I understand. The question seeks the travel appropriations by department and by division for those areas under the purview of the Ways and Means Committee. Is that accurate?
Yes, and just, I guess, to further explain, perhaps, if you could also include any planned travel, including planned conference attendance, that would be great. Through the chair.
Mr. Chairman, I will say yes, we can do that for you. All of our travel is primarily for conference attendance or registration. So we will endeavor to detail that.
Thank you. And then through the chair, can we also get a similar breakdown of all cellular telephone appropriations within the same kind of within the division, for each division for each department within the purview of this committee as well? And if it could include the type of device, intended purpose, and the titles of those phones, I guess the assigned, trying to think how to say this correctly, the assigned person who has that phone. Through the chair.
Mr. Chairman, I believe a similar request was made last year. I'd like to review what we provided because I don't think we provided all the information that is being requested. I think that is just outside our ability. But let me review last year's submission and we'll accommodate the best we can.
Great, that'll be great. Thank you. And I understand. So yes, whatever we can get would be helpful. And through the chair, if we could also get a copy of the tax cap compliance form submitted to the comptroller, as well as any future submissions as they become available. Through the chair.
Mr. Chairman, I expect to file our tax cap compliance tomorrow. That will be the one and only time we file.
Thank you.
We'll provide that.
And then one last sort of general question through the chair. Can you provide a breakdown again by department of all? So if we can get all newly added positions broken down by department, and if you could include the title and the group through the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I just ask?
Yes.
By group? Can I verify what you mean by group?
The pay group.
Oh, pay group. I'm sorry,
Yes,
Mr. Chairman.
sorry about that. I was trying to do a comparison, and after a while, it started to get difficult. Just looking at the totals by department and trying to determine what were new titles versus titles where the pay group increased. So if we could get a list of all newly added positions within each department, and then if we could get a separate list of any titles where the pay group either increased or did decrease, that would also be helpful. Through the chair.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think we'll have to work with our HR office, but yes.
Great, thank you. So those are general questions, and then if I could move on to the communications department. Through the chair, looking at page 90 of the communications budget. And I'm assuming, so I highlighted this and probably will be answered in the list that you're going to give to me. But the personnel services increased significantly. So I'm not sure if that was an increased position.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. There's actually a couple things behind that particular increase. There is a net one FTE addition to communications that brings their FTE count back to where it was in 2019. I will note some of the increase on the personnel services line is due to 2 recent hires in that department who were hired at slightly higher pay than the prior incumbents. And then the balance is really related to, for the rest of the office, regular pay and step increases, and then an additional estimate for settling the CSEA contract.
Thank you. Through the chair, looking at the performance measures for communication, I'm wondering if somebody is available that could answer what the projected increase in performance measurements were based on. Some of the categories, the actual from 2020 versus the estimates to 2022 almost doubled in some cases. And I'm wondering if the 2021 actuals were close or over what their estimates were for this year.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. We have our communications director, Mr. Walker, here.
Thank you.
Okay, so the question. All right, what was the question?
Page 90, some of the performance measures like certificates and procs more than doubled. And what's really driving that? What's really the story behind that increase?
Demand, actually. It was a down year last year, and we didn't really perform to the actual that, or at least to the projected. What we're doing now is that the increases in requests for news releases and press conferences is decided with also the look for what we're doing with the county comprehensive plan, also with ARPA outreach, with the bicentennial this year. We're looking at many more communications coming out of the office. And the Freedom of Information also requests are climbing, and that is a major focus area for our performance as well as improving that process.
So through the chair, so just so I'm understanding, and I appreciate everything you're saying. Are your actual numbers on target for the projections for this year then, and you're anticipating even more next year?
Yeah, we're pretty much on target for this year. It's really picked up the last half of the year too, but just by basing on what we're seeing now and looking ahead of next year and all the different programs and public outreach events that we're going to be supporting, it's going to be considerably more. Plus, we're having a more targeted focus on supporting our departments in a different manner than they have been, and that is to provide more support. It's also to bring some sort of branding compliance that is lacking right now that we see since I've been here, that we'd like to correct, and that's going to mean we're going to be doing some more work for the departments instead of the departments doing some of the communications for themselves.
Thank you. And then one last question for you, at least from me. So through the chair, last year, I noticed that one of the main objectives in the 2021 budget was to redesign the county website. Was that goal achieved?
So far this year, the revamped website draft was sent our way. We reviewed it, and we're making some more changes. It's not that far off. but the website significantly needed upgrading. And since I've been here, I had some suggestions as to how we can further improve it, make it more user-friendly, and to create more content space for some of the changes that we've seen in social media and for video and other access. So it's not far off, but we wanted to give it just a little more time, but we see that launching probably the first quarter of next year.
That was going to be my next question, because I absolutely agree that it is in need of an upgrade. So I never seem to find anything when I'm looking for it. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. And I'm got some additional questions, but for a different department. So thank you.
Thank you, legislator. Is there another legislator at this time that would like to ask some questions?
Legislator Barnhart.
Go ahead, legislator Barnhart, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Mr. Franklin, for that great presentation. Through the chair to the administration, on page 175 in Human Services, I noticed that emergency housing placements are expected to more than double in 2022. Can you talk about why?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We do have our DHS Commissioner, Commissioner Wright, available, and I believe she may offer up our temporary assistance our newly appointed Deputy Commissioner, Denise Reed. If Denise Reed is on the call, please, Denise.
Yep, I'm here.
Thank you. I'm wondering on page 175 under emergency housing placements, there's a dramatic rise expected from 6,000 to 13,000 for next year. So I'm just wondering how you arrived at that number.
Good evening, Denise Reed. I am, I don't know if the commissioner was going to, but I'll start. So through the chair, as you know, we're currently under an eviction moratorium, and that moratorium is expected to end on January 15th of 2022. And while we have been operating an eviction prevention rental assistance program, we do know that we were not able to serve everyone that was in need of eviction prevention, and we anticipate seeing people who will indeed be evicted, and some of those individuals may need emergency housing placement while they search for new housing. So we are trying to plan for that from now, actually for months now. We think the numbers will reflect that increase. Hopefully we won't see those numbers, but we are definitely preparing to see an increase in numbers through the chair.
Thank you so much. That's really hard to hear. The average monthly bed nights, which is right below that line, does that reflect emergency housing placements? And is the average nightly cost, is that a monthly cost? And finally, can you describe these emergency housing placements? What are those placements? What does that look like? And how are you preparing?
Through the chair, please.
Through the chair.
Sure, through the chair. So bed nights indicate the number of actual nights the person is placed. So those vary based on the placement type. We produce an annual housing report that gives a lot more detail around the number of bed nights. We have seen in 2020 a decrease in bed nights, a decrease in cost per night. So the cost per night is the cost per night. What it is a calculation of how much we spent for the whole month through the various providers that we use for emergency housing. And then we just divide that by the number of nights in the month to get the average bed night cost. And for placements, so our emergency housing, well, they're actually called temporary housing. Temporary housing assistance is a public assistance benefit. And right now we have contracts with about 16 community-based organizations that cover approximately 415 beds. And so we recently put out an RFP. It's actually still out, so I can't really talk about it at length right now, but we have an RFP out right now for additional temporary housing assistance providers and specializing in very specific populations, chronically homeless, youth and young adults, or pregnant and parents and teens, as well as large families, because traditionally those are the people that are the hardest to serve, which our current capacity does not always meet that need. So we have an RFP out for that right now, and we're exploring lots of other options to make sure that we can ramp up our bed capacity if we do indeed see the increase in numbers that we expect to see after the moratorium. You know, the moratorium is going to end on January 15th. Not everybody's going to be evicted on January 15th. People still have to go to court. They have to be served. Of course, there'll be some people that we can help and prevent there. And then even when people are evicted, some people will stay with family. Not everyone will enter the shelter system, but we are just trying to prepare for that. We use hotels as overflow. We're trying to ramp up our relationship with hotels so that if we needed to go that route, we would have those available through the chair.
Okay, thank you so much for that explanation. Turning to page 177 in Human Services, through the chair to the administration, I noticed that fraud investigations, you're anticipating a large increase in investigations completed, as well as denials and closings of those investigations. Is this because of open cases? Is this a new initiative? Can you explain those estimates?
Through the chair, Denise Reed, our deputy, can answer that question.
I'm actually going to have to guess because I'm not quite sure why the director of operations included that. I will say that.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, I'd rather not guess. Mr. Chairman, I'd rather not guess on an open meeting, but we will absolutely confer and respond in writing.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, I just have a couple questions for the Sheriff's Department. If we could turn to page 373. I noticed that the number of inmates participating in chemical dependency programs through the chair to the administration was low this year, but it is going to increase again next year. Is that because of a specific program? Can you explain why there is a dramatic increase there?
We do have, Mr. Chairman, our undersheriff and his team available on the line if they'd like to field this question.
Through the chair, there's a couple of reasons for that. One of the biggest reasons was for everything going on with COVID, but we did hire a new director. We're looking at hiring new counselors, and we're really looking to revamp that up or rebuild it up.
Got it. Thank you. That's great to hear. And through the chair to the administration, on the inmate work programs, also on page 373, the participant hours is also dramatically increasing. Is that all? And it was at 0 this year. Is this all because of a new program, because of the pandemic? Can you talk about that?
Yes. Through the chair, yes to both those questions. So it's because of the pandemic. We really didn't know outside work programs or anything like that because of COVID in the jail. So we really kept a firm control over who was coming in and out of the jail and didn't have people that didn't have to go out. So we are going back to our 2019 number, which is where we come up with a prediction for next year.
Thank you. And I have just one more question for the Sheriff's Department. I know I asked this last year as well. The jail census, the daily census does not appear to be changing for next year, your estimates. The Sheriff's Department has been critical of bail and parole reform. I'm not sure if that's impacting the number of individuals incarcerated and your estimates. Can you just tell us how you arrived at this conclusion that the daily census won't be changing through the chair, through the administration? Thank you.
Yes, through the chair, no one really knows what's going to happen with the census, right? So we try to look at the numbers, and they originally went down and then they went back up over 700. So the numbers fluctuate greatly. The courts are just now getting ramped back up. So where all the courts are going to be running trials, I know the courts are getting much busier. But with COVID, who knows where that's going to go? So if more courts are running, then more cases will be determined. So even with bail reform, who would have been out on bail will now be in on sentencing. So there really is no great way to make a good guess at that census. Everyone is taking a guess. We're hoping that trials get back on track. And so we're just making a guess based on the past and where we were this year.
Okay, thank you so much. I yield the floor.
Thank you.
Legislator Smith.
Okay, Legislator Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I just want to thank Bob Franklin and his staff for the work they've done to put this budget together. I also want to thank Mr. Franklin as well as all the other department heads that are here with us tonight in advance for taking the time to help us better understand the budget and the objectives and goals of the Monroe County departments for 2022. So one of the first questions I have is under revenues for Board of Elections. Through the chair on page 615, have there been any changes to the fee structure in the 2022 proposed budget for the 2021 amended budget? I see there's a difference there.
Mr. Chairman, there is a difference, but it is not a result of a change in the fee structure. It's utilization driven.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, going on to page 617 under Board of Elections, what are the minor sales? What encompasses that?
Mr. Chairman, we do have a representative from our Board of Elections. Mr. Rylick is on the line.
Hi, yes, through the chair, minor sales are a number of things from absentee labels, both electronic and printed. We provide voter registration files. We provide CDs of voter registration files if people don't want to go through our FTP link. We do other kind of voter dumps for people. There is our Canvas books that we provide for people if they should request them. There's fees associated with that. So it's all sorts of different fees from candidates, campaigns, and just anybody who would like some data from us. That's not one of the things that we provide through our FTP link at no charge on that fee structure that you already referenced.
Okay, perfect. You described all the things that you offer. So that led to the increase of the $3,000 for the 2022 budget?
Yes, that is everything that makes up the fees, or I'm sorry, that's everything that makes up the minor sales.
Okay, thank you. So staying on Board of Elections under performance measures, through the chair on page 84, the 2021 budget showed a projected 345 for each of the previous years for the nursing home absentee program. Why is this now at 0 for each of the 3 consecutive years, including the 2022 budget?
Through the chair, I believe it was even an executive order that stated that we are not to be going into the nursing homes anymore due to COVID. We have been working with them to provide them applications and assist in any way possible. I believe we even offered to drive somebody out there with some applications from the Board of Elections, but that was a change that came about through COVID, and it's a change that we believe is continuing on. And if that should change, and we're supposed to go back in there, we would do so.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, staying on page 84, what has contributed to the decrease in the estimated number of inspectors trained in 2021 compared to the actual number in 2020?
Okay. The actual number in 2020 was much higher, being a presidential year. We have lowered our need for inspectors by looking at poll sites and trying to best accommodate voters. So some sites we might have had more poll workers than needed, other sites not enough. So we've kind of shifted around our resources a bit to really accurately staff polling sites by not having too many and not having not enough. So we anticipate that we will continue that, and that number may fluctuate a little bit, but coming off a presidential year, we shouldn't need as many inspectors, and we're hoping to take a look at polling site numbers in general, and always trying to refine and improve on the numbers we currently have and the data we use.
Okay, because I did see that you did go up to 4,000 for the 2022 budget.
Oh, I apologize. So we train more because we lose more as well. You know, we've seen an increase, especially due to COVID, where we'll train, you know, a certain amount of people that we think is enough to cover us staffing wise, and we've had more people dropping out than ever. So I think that the training team's looking to just train as much as possible, and they work relentlessly at that, so that when we do have people drop out, you know, we might only have 3,000 of those 4,000 people work, but we need those people trained and ready so that if, you know, the day before election, we have, you know, 100, 200 people call off, we have a reserve of people that are already trained and ready to go that we can schedule.
Okay, thank you. Staying again with the Board of Elections under the personnel topic. So through the chair on page 708, looking at the 2021 budget, I believe it looks like there's 7 position titles that no longer exist in the 2022 budget. There does look like 4 there's 4 new position titles and 2 additional employees under pre-existing titles. Can you please provide context for these changes?
Mr. Chairman, we can, again, work with our Human Services Office. This is relevant to the question asked by another legislator, and we'll get for you those new titles and pay groups that were added to the budget, as well as titles that may have changed.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm going to have a follow-up question, and Mr. Franklin, just let me know if you think it falls under the same answer. But there looked like there's 1 less employee in the 2022 proposed budget. Is that true?
Do you want me to take this one, Bob?
Sure, if you know it off the top of your head.
I believe, through the chair, I believe that is a group 5 position. No, you know what? Actually, Bob, we might have to get back to her on that. I'll have to look at it.
That's okay. That's okay. Mr. Chairman, on page 56 of the budget book, we summarize our authorized positions by department.
Okay.
And looking at the 21 versus 22 budgets, Board of Elections is flat at 55 authorized FTEs.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. All right, so if you don't mind, I want to go on to another department. That's going to be the Office of the County Executive. Under appropriations, through the chair, on page 92, can you explain why the net county support is up by 43,000?
Sure. Mr. Chair, the net county support will change as both the appropriations and the revenues change. You'll see a slight increase on the appropriation side on a variety of lines, personnel, contractual, et cetera, et cetera. The biggest swing within the county executive's office is their ICAP charges. Those are, they always lag a year. So we often see swings throughout a variety of departments in the budget book based on departmental activity. So that's really the driver. It's that change in federal aid related to the ICAP. ICAP, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, it's our indirect cost allocation program. We're required to do that annual based on what we used to call Circular A-133 and A-87 of the federal regulations.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Franklin. And through the chair, just a follow-up question to that. And again, Mr. Franklin, just let me know if it's the same answer you just said. I just want to make sure I understand it. So under personnel services as well as employee benefits, that's the reason for the increase, is the ICAP?
The big swing in net county support is really driven by the change in ICAP, but also the change in overall appropriations. So as the revenue from federal aid increased because the ICAP charges increased, net county support comes down. But conversely, as the appropriations go up, net county support also goes up. So it's really a combination of those two. When you're looking at the line for personnel services, there continues to be 7 positions within that office. There is an abolish create to change a position. So that plus the regular recurring pay and step increases accounts for that change.
All right, thank you. Going on to the law department, through the chair on page 213, can you explain why net county support is up by 462,000?
Sorry, that was page 213, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, page 2, yeah, through the chair, 213.
The big driver in net county support is not so much on the revenue side, but on our appropriation side. We do see higher appropriations within almost all of these lines. Personnel services, there is a net 1 FTE increase in our law department. Within our contractual services line, the contractual services are always an estimate based on the lawsuits we are engaged with and the need to hire expert outside counsel. I am going to point out part of that increase is also in my tenure, I think we've now had 3 out-of-county special prosecution cases. In the past, we've generally charged the cost of special prosecution cases. This is when like another county's ADA has to prosecute a Monroe County case because of some kind of conflict. We have to pay that other county. In the past, we've run those costs through our district attorney's office. I'll say they begrudgingly agreed to do that, but really the DA's office feels pretty strongly they really shouldn't be involved in those special prosecution cases because of the conflict. So they don't want to be really reviewing other counties' invoices for our services. So we're adding $100,000 to our law department. We created a new fund center for special prosecution. It has its own budgetary control, so it can't be spent on anything else. So really within our law department, it's really the increase in appropriations driving the net county support more than it is any change in revenue.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Through the chair on page 82, staying within the law department, what is the reason for the $5 increase in fees for things like the maps on CD, electronic canvas books on CD, printed canvas books?
I'm sorry, is that Board of Elections, Mr. Chairman?
I'm sorry, I might have had it in my wrong section. Yes, Board of Elections. I'm going to shoot back there. Sorry.
I'm gonna have to see if Mr. Rylick is still on the line.
Thank you.
Yep, I'm here. Through the chair, the increase in fees is mainly because as CDs become more obsolete, we use them less and less, and they are more difficult to create than it is just to pass the data electronically. It's more time consuming for our employees. So we felt that the Board of Elections needed to raise those fees up a little bit. That's basically what's driving the increase.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Through the chair, I do want to go back to the law department. I do have just 3 more questions. Through the chair, so these all pertain to page 215. I'm looking at some increases when it comes to spousal support recoveries, personal injury recoveries, and then the denied litigations and collections. Do we have an idea of why those are going up?
Mr. Chairman, we do have our county attorney with us who can better answer those questions.
Through the chair, in terms of the estate recoveries, we did see a significant increase this year. Part of that is just a result of if there is a larger estate on which we can recover DHS funds. So there's some natural variation there. We did have sort of a concerted effort after a slower 2020 to go back through and make sure we tried to get those recoveries, particularly on some larger estates. So that's the estate recovery. And I'm sorry, if through the chair, if I could ask the legislator to repeat the other categories, please.
Sure, absolutely. Through the chair, spousal support recovery.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, so you'll see there's estimated 0 for 2021. It may end up being a very low amount, but it will be a low amount. What that line pertains to is a situation in which a spouse enters a skilled nursing facility, the community spouse files a formal refusal, and then but the county can still demand certain contribution. That has been made more difficult by the pandemic, and that's because applicants are allowed to attest to their assets rather than provide more formal documentation. So we don't necessarily have the documentation of assets and income. It's not that we're not asking for it, and DHS may still recover some of those fees by simply sending a letter. But this particular line reflects that the law department, with the challenge of the lack of those records, is not, in 2021, has not instituted formal collection proceedings.
Okay, thank you. And then I just want to, I know I had thrown all three of those through the chair. I had thrown all three of those lines to you. So you answered the spousal support recovery one. Did you also answer the personal injury recovery?
Through the chair, thank you. No, I did not. That's really, again, somewhat similar to the estate recoveries. That line fluctuates a bit just on whether there is a larger personal injury case in which someone who happens to owe a balance to DHS recovers funding. Those personal injury cases are still a bit slowed, sort of coming out of the pandemic. So if I had to point to a factor, we could point to that, although also there's just going to be some natural variation there.
Okay, thank you. And just one more question through the chair. The denied litigation / collections, it went up. It was 33 in 2021 and went up to 46 in 2022.
Yeah, frankly, that's probably just our estimate is higher because we are seeing, frankly, more claims submitted, but not all of them have merit. So that is really a product of the busyness of our litigation team and the number of cases we are seeing.
Got it. Thank you so much for answering those. Thank you, everyone, all the department heads that answered the questions I had this evening. I yield the floor.
Legislator
Mr. Chairman,
DeFlorio.
before we move on, Mr. Chairman, I do believe I answered that the Board of Elections did not change any fees. So, and then we heard that maybe there were some changes. So I'll offer up, getting back to the committee, a review of page 82 that we list out DOE fees and verify which ones may or may not have changed for you.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. I'd appreciate that. Legislator DeFlorio, go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought while we were sort of on the BOE topic, I had a few questions that I would jump in on. So through the chair, on page 80 of the budget, well, I should backtrack. So in last year's budget, I believe it stated under the goals and objectives that there was a goal to augment the Board of Elections ballot counting equipment and software. And I didn't see that listed in the current budget. So I'm wondering if we're close to reaching that objective or if it's been achieved and just didn't get recorded through the chair.
Through the chair,
I do believe the right is on the line.
Yes, hi. Through the chair, we were always looking at our processes and procedures. The absentee program specifically saw a decrease in volume, a tremendous decrease in volume from 2020 to 2021. So we were thinking about getting some new equipment, and we're still looking at it, some ballot sorting device and other things that are out there that are options. But ultimately, we haven't pulled the trigger yet, which is why it's not an accomplishment yet for 2021. It's something we're looking at for 2022, but I believe the commissioners were kind of waiting to see if absentee, what level absentee bounced back to. 2020 was our highest year ever. We saw those numbers regulate, but stay a little bit elevated, but obviously nowhere near what 2020 was. So ultimately, I think that's what led to them deciding not to pull the trigger yet on that. So it's something that we're going to be continuing to look at and monitor. And obviously, if if a new need arises from that, then we would seriously take a look at some software and equipment to help us better deal with the volume that we could see.
Thank you. And through the chair, I'm not sure if there's a question for you or Mr. Franklin, but on page 436, it looks like there's an increase in the commercial services appropriation fairly significantly from 2021 amended to the 20, and let me pull that up in front of me. Sorry about that.
Okay,
Sorry,
Mr. Chairman, they are significant.
yeah, there's like a fluctuation from 20 to 21 to back again to 2022.
May have to tag team with Mr. Rylick on this answer, but I do have notes indicating that it is about a $467,000 increase, but there's also significant increase due to the early voting and election day ballot printing, and their extended hours is quite significant. They are working with a new payroll company to try and ease the burden in paying our election inspectors, rather than try to first set them up as a vendor in Monroe County and then as an employee in Monroe County when their pay crosses a certain threshold. But if Mr. Rylick wants to tag team on that for any more specifics, please do.
Sure, absolutely. Through the chair, as Mr. Franklin said, the main things driving that increase are the payroll company that we have started working with. They are handling all our election payroll. Previously, that was done through the towns and the city. And this year, the Board of Elections, from the primary to the general, decided to take that responsibility on. And so all, 2,300, 3,000 election inspectors are now paid directly through this payroll company from Monroe County through the Board of Elections. So there are obviously costs associated with that to that vendor who's doing the payroll. And then the other thing driving that cost increase is moving the potential to move to a new building next year, an all-encompassing building that would be our office space and our warehouse. Currently, we're in two separate locations. That makes our workflow very difficult at times, and it just doesn't make sense anymore to continue on that way. So there will be obviously moving costs to move all of our equipment, all our voting machines, every supply, every piece of paper that we have out to the new facility, if that is something that we do next year.
Through the chair, this is the first I've heard of that move. Do we have space? And I mean, is the moving cost for that, the Board of Elections budgeted elsewhere besides just this line item at this point through the chair?
Through the chair,
line
oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, please. It is budgeted in that line. It's about $125,000.
Yep. Yeah. Through the chair, we met with one vendor so far, and obviously we will meet with other ones. We met with the person that the company that currently moves our voting machines on election day and helps us deliver them. So we just got a ballpark quote because, I don't know if this was going to be, $50,000 or $500,000 to move all that stuff. I've never moved anything that large or that many pieces before. So we did meet with one vendor. We got a quote and we based our increase off of that quote. And it's something that the commissioners have been, talking about. I think it's been an issue for a long time and just never been addressed. But, half of our staff is at our office location and the other half, or, a quarter and 3/4 are divvied up. So, it doesn't make sense on a day-to-day basis. Our operation is split, and it's something that I know the commissioners are looking at, trying to find one location to house everything.
I guess
I'll add, if I may, that we had a number of conversations with the Board of Elections staff, and this is, I will say, this is probably a good endeavor for them. Mr. Rylick didn't mention it, but in addition to their warehouse space and their office space, they actually have an opportunity to create new training space as they bring in brand new election inspectors. They often need a place to train them in one group setting, but they have trouble not only just finding that space, but this new opportunity provides them swing space that can be used for multiple purposes. So that I think this is actually going to be a good opportunity for them.
Through the chair, if I could just piggyback onto what Mr. Franklin just said, another thing is that we currently actually have one other small facility, but another storage facility that we're paying monthly for. And through meeting with Tim Murphy a few times, he notified us that we are actually quite overpaying in the current space that we have, that's our warehouse space right now. And that some of the spaces we've looked at, actually, in fact, I think all the spaces that we looked at so far would actually be a cost decrease for us. So that is, just obviously an added benefit on top of the benefits that I said, that Mr. Franklin said, of just needing a more fitting space for the Board of Elections and all under one roof. That's another added bonus that it will actually save us money.
So through the chair, just for clarification then, if I'm understanding you correctly, you're looking at an entirely brand new space different from the two places you currently have. So both locations would move into a new space. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes. Yep, through the chair. So we have an office location in the county office building. We have our warehouse location where our voting machines are stored. And we actually have, like I said, a third smaller location that's primarily just for storage. So all of our 3 locations would be under one roof, and it would be a new facility. Our current warehouse space could not accommodate our offices. The building is currently split. We share it with another company, and their lease goes through either 2027 or 2030 or something like that. We did actually look in to see if that space was available, and it is not. So we are looking at a new space that would be all-encompassing and cheaper than what we are at now.
And thank you. And through the chair, so I guess it just brings up another question though for me. I'm assuming that you have a number of people from the public that come in to either register to vote or drop off information or ask information. Will there still be a presence at the county office building for that? Or are you envisioning that the public would have to come to this new space? Through the chair.
Through the chair, I don't believe there would be a presence anymore in the county office building. And frankly, we believe strongly that our new location would be much better for the public. The few places that we've looked have a much more accessible, much more welcoming space for any voter, anybody, any of the public that wants to come in. And on top of that, they would no longer have to pay for parking. And we get many complaints each and every day that the voters or the public don't particularly like coming down to the county office building because it's hard to find parking, and they just aren't in that area very often. So this is something that we also feel like would be an added benefit.
Thank you. And then just probably maybe one last question for you. Well, maybe 2. So a similar kind of question with the commercial services. I noticed a kind of a fluctuation year over year, and I noticed similar fluctuations in the professional services line from the 2020 actual to 2021 amended, and then back down again in the 2022 budget. Could you explain the reason, one of you, for that fluctuation?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I will kind of reiterate a broad brush comment I made at another committee meeting. There's probably going to be there probably are a number of line items in 2020 that are, well, they're just going to look wacky to the members because with our COVID, we either really suppressed the spending in order to conserve budget and conserve cash, or because of our CARES Act funding, there are some expenses that we transferred out of a department, and on this particular line, I will note, expense was moved, at least $200,000 out of BOE over to finance unallocated, our cost center we use to track the CARES Act. And then there are other items where we chose to put more expense on a particular line, but then funded the department with CARES Act revenue. So I will just I'll just reiterate, there's a number of 2020 line items that really just do not look right. And it's really COVID funding.
Thank you for the reminder. And you may have to give it a few more times tonight just because you start looking and then you forget. So, but thank you for that. And then one last question here is the cellular telephone line seemed to have a dramatic jump from 2020 to 2021, and then again, another significant increase in next year's budget.
I do have a note on that, Mr. Chairman, unless Mr. Rylick wants to add anything else, but there is a dramatic increase, about $44,000. And really that's their, the purchase of their iPads. They have about 900 iPads that they use for early voting. And there is a monthly activation fee in addition to the SIM card inside the iPad.
Understood. The minute you said iPad, I was like, I know what that's for. So thank you.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is Legislator Brew.
Legislator Brew, you now have the floor.
Thank you so much and good evening to everyone. If I may just pivot back to the Law Department for a moment. Through the chair on page 429, what's caused salaries to increase from $4,259,000 in 2021 amended budget to $4,554,000 in 2022 proposed budget? That again is on page 429.
Mr. Chairman, it is an increase about $295,000. I will say a portion of this is our normal pay and step increases plus an estimate of what the CSEA contract settlement may add to payroll. There is a net one FTE in the law department. It's a group 17 position. We did apply a bit of a vacancy factor in 21 that really accounts for those three items really account for most of this swing of $295,000.
Okay, Mr. Franklin, thank you. Thank you much for that response. Again, on the law department, with the law department, and again, on the same page 429, please explain the increase of $110,000 in temporary help in the 2022 proposed budget, and what was the need for the increase, please?
Is it okay if I take that?
Yeah, go for it.
Mr. Chairman, our law department does employ some part-time help. They do have authorized positions that are not always filled. They do have part-time staff occupying full-time authorized positions. There are a couple of those examples. We do have an attorney, our counsel for intergovernmental relations, one of the assistant secretaries, and investigators and process server. So those individuals are on the temporary helpline.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. That was actually going to be my follow-up question is, describe some of the positions, but you did. Thank you. Again, on page 429 through the chair, what's caused professional services to increase from 409,055 in 2021 amended budget to $537,000 in the 2022 proposed budget?
Oh, the biggest increase in professional services is due to the $100,000 we put in the law department for special prosecution cases. And I did mention it is at its own fund center with budgetary control, so it won't be spent if we don't have a special prosecution case. The dramatic increase, because 2020 is so low, honestly, this line has to account for the expert witnesses or outside specialized counsel that may need to be retained for specific litigation cases. If those cases don't arise, those appropriations go unspent. And that is a large reason why you're seeing 2020 at such a low dollar value.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. And pivoting to same with we're still with the law department, but it's a revenue-based question. To the chair on page 613, please explain the increase of $13,750 from zero in hotel motel tax in the 2022 proposed budget. Is this a new tax?
Mr. Chairman, good question. No, it is not a new tax. Because of the COVID-19 pandemic and the variety of shutdowns in businesses and travel, our hotels around town were virtually empty. Hotel tax revenue in 2019 approached the $9 million mark, fell by half of that during the COVID-19 pandemic. So there really was no hotel tax being generated to offset the work done in the law department. Historically, I think many members, Mr. Chairman, know we have used $80,000 of our hotel tax to offset the cost of administering the tax. Historically, our law department received $13,750 for their legal assistance in that administration. We zeroed those out because of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 and 21. We are seeing a rebound in our hotel utilization. So both the law department and the finance department, we've put those estimated revenue sources back in the budget.
Okay, thank you. So again, through the chairman to Mr. Franklin. So would it be accurate to say that in 2019, there was a motel tax allocation to the law department, and the dip in 2020 was due just to the COVID and the decreased revenues?
That's accurate, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay. Moving on, human resources. Through the chair. On page 431, please explain the increase of $12,000 from zero in rental of space in the 2022 proposed budget. And if you could please provide the need for the increase, please.
Mr. Chairman, yes, that $12,000 increase is the cost of renting civil service exam space in public schools, which we did not have to do in the past.
Okay. So I guess as a follow-up question to the chair, Mr. Franklin, was that something that was done within the existing county office space, county-owned building, or what was the reason behind that?
There is a story behind that, Mr. Chairman. I'm drawing a blank, but we do have our HR director here, who may be able to refresh my memory of what that story is.
And if not, that is not critical by any
Nope,
means.
we're good.
Through the chair, the reason for the increase of the cost was during COVID, we actually couldn't use the schools that we normally use. We had to pay to use hotels in order to hold the exams that the state was still offering. The schools wouldn't allow people into the building during the pandemic. We've since been allowed back into some of the schools, but that was the reason for the cost, so that we were able to still hold exams.
Okay, very good. That's a good explanation. Thank you. Moving on. Diversity, equity, inclusion, some budget-related questions. Through the chair on page 109, we have appropriations for contractual services and supplies and materials, and they increase quite drastically. Who will this department be contracting out to, and what materials will cost so much for them this year?
Mr. Chairman, on this particular page for contractual services, there is an increase, right? In 2021, we did have to make a bit of an estimate But the increase you'll see in 22 really pertains to the acquisition of new learning management software and costs for staff development. This is a learning management software is a product that could be used to provide virtual educational sessions, not just for county employment, but in our county municipalities as well.
Okay, all right. And thank you. And the next question is somewhat relative to the one I just asked, but you know, a different source of the spending over than what was previously allocated, and that is through the chair, the Department of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion spent nearly $100,000 over budget last year, according to the 221 proposed budget. What are these fast-paced annual increases directly attributed to?
Just real quick, Mr. Chairman, are we still on page 109 or are we back into the back of the budget book?
No, we're still on page 109.
So overall, Mr. Chairman, is the question in total appropriations, the dramatic increase?
Yes.
The department, Mr. Chairman, is adding 2 additional staff over the staff that were originally authorized in the 21 budget. I believe your members, Mr. Chairman, will recall there was early on in 21 a legislative resolution to add a language access officer to the department.
Yes.
So that is one of the increases in FTEs. And then the 22 budget accommodates a second FTE to the department. There would be an executive secretary to the director. So the budget would reflect a net 2 FTE increase. The new learning management software and funding for staff development adds to the overall appropriations. And of course, you'll see on this line, this page, an increase in the line item for employee benefits. And that would be commensurate with the payroll changes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Franklin. And pivoting one more time again through this extensive budget book, I'm going to information services right now. And through the chair on page 223, I was curious as to the progress made between 2021 and 2022 in implementing online ethics training for the county contractors. What will change this upcoming year to ensure the completion of this objective?
Mr. Chairman, we do have our director of our Office of Public Integrity, Director McNair, who may better answer this question.
This is Under Sheriff Brown. The Director of Public Integrity is here. Just give me 1 second.
Oh, thank you.
I'm here as Director McNair from the Office of Public Integrity. Can you repeat the question? Through the chair.
I think we lost.
We're having technical difficulty.
Yeah, we're.
I think Legislator Brew dropped off.
Hold on one moment. We're just trying to bring the legislator back online. All right, while we're trying to get Legislator Brew back online, I'm going to open up questions to another legislator.
Legislator Hebert.
Legislator Hebert, go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple of generic questions to start out with. And, through you, Mr. Chairman, to the administration, most likely Mr. Franklin. It's particularly bothered me over the years to hear the New York State Comptroller, and you and I have actually discussed this in prior years, assess the budget of Monroe County and claim that we are fiscally stressed. If he was to look at this budget, what is your assessment of what his viewpoint would be?
He would be ecstatic, Mr. Chairman. You know,
Please
Mr. Chairman,
explain
I
why
think-
through you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's no secret. I don't always agree with the state comptroller's opinion of our financial condition. When it comes to our budget book, and I hate to put words in anyone who works for the state comptroller's mouth, but when it comes to our budget book, it's important that recurring revenues fund recurring expenses. And there will always be one-time expenses, and to the extent we can fund those with one-time revenues, that it really is ideal. Our budget, I've been with Monroe County since 2003. We've had significant improvement in the structural condition of our budget over the years. The early 2000s and 2010, 11, 12, 13 were very difficult. It really started improving, I will say, around 2016, 17, 18. We're in a much better position in terms of bringing structural balance. And again, I will stress funding recurring expenses with recurring revenues. We are appropriating fund balance, Mr. Chairman, in this budget. It is quite a bit less than in the prior budgets, which you saw significant appropriations in our Pure Waters districts. Last year, you saw $12.3 million appropriated within our general fund, albeit the explanation was that was to offset losses in recovering revenue streams such as sales tax and hotel tax, which are indeed recovering. Last thing I'll comment, Mr. Chairman, even though I think there are some flaws in the fiscal stress monitoring system, if it does anything, it can highlight trends over time. And over time, that stress monitoring system has shown a trend of decreasing financial stress for the county.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. This is a generic request to the administration, and I'll explain why in a moment. There have obviously been a lot of questions, and there's going to be, I suspect, a whole lot more. I would love to see if you guys could possibly, the administration could possibly provide the answers to us by Friday the 10th. And through you, Mr. Chairman, the reason for that is just to give you an idea of what we sometimes deal with. Today at 1:55 p.m., I received 146 pages of answers from the administration to the questions of the committees. And I would have loved to have been able to review those before the Ways and Means, because it probably would have shortened the night session. But then the clerk of the legislature shipped an additional 1,082 pages to us about 11 minutes later, totaling 1,228 pages with less than 4 hours to review. So if you could possibly get those to us before by the 10th, it would be appreciated.
Mr. Chairman, I will note that I didn't see the 1,000 pages, but I do know that a lot of those were taken up by the Child and Family Services plan. Happy to say that the budget office had to respond to less than a half dozen questions, if I'm accurate on that.
Yeah, I don't think you'll be that lucky tonight. I don't think you'll be that lucky tonight, Mr. Franklin, and through you, Mr. Chair. Continuing on, moving to the legislature budget, the county legislature budget. The budget in 2021 showed $148 million, and I'm sure that was because of the ARPA funding being moved there, and it changes back to the pretty standard $2,055,000 and change in 2022. So through you, Mr. Chair, I'm assuming that's the ARPA funding being moved. Could you please be very specific and tell me where the ARPA funding was moved to within this 2022 budget?
Mr. Chairman, the ARPA funding of 144 million, as the legislator noted, was put in a fund center within the clerk of the legislature's budget. The funding will cross calendar years. We are able to do that in SAP. You will not see that in the 22 budget book because it is not a 22 revenue source. Rather, it is a 2021 revenue source that will carry forward.
So through Mr. Chairman, to the administration, Mr. Franklin, is the money still in the clerk of the legislature's line item? Is
It
that
will
where it's
show up
still-
there, Mr. Chairman, yeah.
Okay, so, okay. I may have another question come full edge night, but thank you for that. Continuing on in information services through the chair on page 206. What's the reason for the increase? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm going to skip that question. It's kind of generally already been answered. On page 223, has any progress been made between 2021 and 2022 in implementing the online ethics training for county contractors?
Mr. Chairman, yes, we do have our OPI director, Director McNair, on the line who can better answer that question.
Yes, this is Director McNair from the Office of Public Integrity. So we are diligently working on finishing up the ethics training. One of the things that was a sticking point was for the contractors. In the past, the ethics training has been given to a representative or of the contractors themselves. And our opinion is that everyone that shows up on site should go through the ethics training, not just the boss signing off that he's received the training. So we're working on how do we roll that out to every vendor, every contractor, everyone that is on site doing work for the county should also receive that training. So we're working with the county IS, and trying to figure out exactly how to roll it out. But it is ready to go, and we're just finishing up some of the final.
So through Mr. Chairman, quick follow-up. So this will be completed in 2022, and if so, could you give us an estimate of when?
Sorry about that, I was muted. Through the chair, I would say, yes, it will be finished for 2022. And within the first couple of months, we should be able to get it finalized.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman. Moving to the county clerk's office on page 339 of the county clerk objectives, it states that for the Auto License Bureau, there's a goal in 2022 to redeploy the DMV mobile unit with refreshed state-issued equipment on a target schedule. I have a number of questions regarding this. The first one is, why did the county clerk not reopen the mobile DMVs at all in this last year?
Mr. Chairman, we do have our county clerk, Ms. Romeo, with us.
Through the chair, there's a number of reasons. The first and foremost, I will say, is because in this current calendar year, we've not had a successful test of this equipment where we've successfully processed a transaction, and we continue to work with the state on upgrades to that equipment and working through our connectivity issues.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman. Did that new equipment have to be used for some reason? Is there a reason we couldn't have continued to use the previous equipment, given that the new equipment wasn't working?
We still have, through the chair, we still have the same equipment that we had previously. It went offline for, obviously, throughout the pandemic and the shutdown. Even prior to the pandemic, this equipment had constantly had lots of connectivity issues where it would fail in the course of real time, which is why we are continuing to go through this intensive review with the state. This is all state-issued equipment, so we have no alternatives other than to work with the state. I will say the state did send us 3 ITS staff 2 months ago who spent about 6 hours working with us The result of that was that they took half of our equipment back to Albany, and they're continuing to work with us through this process.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the clerk. Would you be able to give us any estimate on when this equipment will be returned in usable fashion? I mean, I worked in IT for 27 years and we at least were able to give estimates of recovery times.
Through the chair, I will say this is all dependent on the state of New York. This is state-issued equipment. It is state-managed IT. The only thing we can do is ask. We currently do not have a timeline, but unfortunately, we know that all of the DMV is looking at a transformation. The DMV commissioner just met with county clerks actually this morning to continue this process statewide because they know in regards to their IT infrastructure, there's a number of areas regarding communications and upgrades that are needed.
Through you, Mr. Chair, when was the last time, to the clerk, when was the last time we requested an update from the state on the status of the equipment?
Through the chair, probably within the last 48 hours.
Through the chair, would that request have gone through any of our state elected representatives to try to put some additional pressure on? I mean, my constituents are not happy with the fact that there's no mobile DMV, and I suspect that there are many other legislators here who would say the same thing.
Through the chair, when we have talked to our state delegation, we've not heard that that's the main issue. We know there's a number of other state DMV related issues that we hear about, but the mobile access was not necessarily one of them. We have continued to work through all of our state delegation, but again, we are dependent on the state of New York and the state Department of Motor Vehicle to make their follow throughs. And I will say they have committed to us on working through all of our issues.
Through the chair, is there a date for the completion of the working through the issues?
Through the chair, it's dependent on what information we get from the state of New York.
Through the chair, I understood that. My question was, have they given you a specific date that they will have this stuff fixed?
Through the chair, no, they have not.
Through the chair to the administration, is there any help you could give our county clerk to try to get some additional pressure exerted to get our DMVs open, our mobile DMVs open?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, this is Jeff McCann. I had served several years as deputy county clerk previously, so I have a familiarity with DMV in a general sense, but I certainly can appreciate Clerk Romeo's frustration with this, and I know it's easy to talk about private sector experience and what individuals have done in terms of their past background. This is really a different situation. You're dealing with a state bureaucracy. Clerk Romeo has been very diligent in her efforts to try to work through this successfully. And, this is something that is a priority for hers. It was an issue that we dealt with in the clerk's office in terms of the reliability of the equipment. It was, a very difficult process logistically to do. And again, if Clerk Romeo is telling you that she's had contact with the state DMV for 48 hours, within the last 48 hours working on this, I don't doubt her on that. And, I don't frankly understand the questioning of, basically the general competence of how she's running her office when she's dealing with a bureaucracy that is not being responsive, not only to her, but, other people in similar positions with this.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, let me try to help you with not understanding the question. I'm trying to see.
No, Mr. Chairman, no, I didn't say I didn't.
Excuse me. That is exactly what you said. You said you didn't understand the nature of the question. So I'm trying to help you with that, Mr. McCann. Through you, Mr.
Maybe I
Chairman.
was being too, I certainly understand the question. Maybe I was being too polite, Mr. Chairman. I apologize.
All right, very good. Then I will take your answer through you, Mr. Chairman, to the administration that you do not have an ability to help the county clerk in any way on this. So how much is, through you, Mr. Chairman, to the administration, how much county funding in the 2022 proposed budget is allocated toward mobile DMVs?
Bruce, you have to get back to me. I have no idea.
So, Mr. Chairman, we will respond to that question. Just a little, we will respond, but I want to mention a little twist. The question was how much county funding. Generally speaking, there's no net county support for the county clerk's office as their revenues historically exceed their costs. So there's generally a return. So we will answer the question, Mr. Chairman.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Franklin. Through you, Mr. Chairman, there is a target schedule, quote, target schedule reference. Could you just explain what that is? I'm sorry, I guess I need education.
Through the chair, we are looking at revamping our need based off of the changing in the response of residents and customers as a result of COVID. We know the state of New York is moving in a direction as it regards to how they will provide New York State DMV services. They're going through a large transformation. We know there's been a higher uptick on the use of online services. And we also know that a lot of our population has shifted as we do have 3 suburban branches and 1 branch in the city of Rochester that is going to be, that are all normally within 18 minutes on average from wherever you are in the county. So when we say targeted, we're really looking at, we had requested meetings with all of the 3 caucuses because the clerk's office would like to have conversations on getting suggestions so we could begin that conversation to look at these potential new locations we could look at next year.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman. Whenever it does, we do get, you do get operational equipment from the state. Is it your anticipation or expectation that you'll be operating at the same capacity as before the COVID crisis and everything?
Through the chair, we would like to have those conversations with our hosts and our partners. We know that there were a number of problems and there was a number of issues raised by the staff of the clerk's office, which is why we were reaching out to start having those conversations.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman, on page 339, the county clerk objectives, the Auto License Bureau, it states an objective in 2022 is to relocate Irondequoit and Henrietta DMV branches to new facilities. Could you please explain why that's being moved? And are there any specific locations being considered?
Through the chair, these are 2 of our oldest branches that are in dire need of upgrades, both to the information technology, cabling, and equipment, in addition to a number of security issues. Both of these DMV locations are not currently connected to the county fiber network, which is why we've had to look at making a significant investment to make sure that we don't have security gaps, communications, and connectivity gaps that has resulted in safety concerns for the residents in a DMV in addition to our staff, but also being able to make sure that we can provide the best service to our customers.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the answer very much. On page 440, County Clerk Auto License Bureau's rental of spaces, it increases dramatically in 2022 by almost $800,000. Could you please explain the increase and what's being rented, what's driving it?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that really is related to the relocation of their Henrietta and Irondequoit locations. What is, as a county clerk alluded to, one of the expenses within this relocation is extending county fiber to those locations. It is a question of data security. So we had a number of conversations around that. extending county fiber is a little costly, but I think the county will be better served with that data integrity and our ability to control access from the outside, technologically speaking. In addition to computer security, I will add there's also physical security. I don't know if it's the COVID-19 pandemic and the stresses this has brought, but there's definitely been a need for additional county contracted security officers through Securitas. So that is also being added to each DMV location. That's the biggest driver on that particular line, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and thank you, Clerk Romeo, for your answers to the questions. I apologize for my persistence, but I'd like to see if there aren't some options perhaps we hadn't explored. Moving on into the finance area, on page 145, through you, Mr. Chairman, there's a performance measures of Office of Management and Budget. It appears that the county estimates several credit rating improvements, or estimated several credit rating improvements in 2021, and estimates additional in 2022. Could you explain if these were achieved in 2021 and how we plan to do so, either to catch up or also in 2022?
Mr. Chairman, the ratings for 2020 and 21, they're both actuals. I know the heading is estimate, but those are today's ratings from each of the three major credit rating agencies. The increases for 2022 really are from Moody's Investor Service and Fitch Ratings. And I showed those as an increase mainly as a catch-up. S&P is ahead of the other two entities. Those other two rating entities place a significant reliance on the county's cash position and fund balance position, which have improved over the past couple years. We did not engage either Moody's or Fitch this year in a rating for our debt issuance back in June. They do an annual surveillance, but Moody's has not done that yet, and the Fitch rating surveillance was done back in January, before our 2020 financial statements had been published. So I view those two increases as catch-up increases.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman, on page 417, under finance appropriations, salaries is increasing year over year from 2020 to 2022 proposed. Could you please explain why?
Mr. Chairman, there is a net increase of a half FTE within the finance department. There were several abolish and creates that resulted in positions of a higher pay group that contributed to the increase, as well as what I characterize as the regular increases due to pay and step increases, and then a slight adjustment for in anticipation in settling our CSEA contract.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Franklin. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the administration. On page 420, finance unallocated appropriations, professional services. It fluctuates around quite a bit from 2020 to 21 and 22. Is this relative? Well, please explain it. And if it's just the CARES Act or something, make it brief.
Well, Mr. Chairman, the big dollar amount you see in 2020 is all CARES Act related. The increases you'll see from the 21 amended to the 23 adopted. I mean, I can detail what billed the professional services, and I'm looking at them, and I'm not seeing one particular item that is dramatically increasing. There's just general across the board. It would include our contract for labor relations, our flexible benefit, prescription, and healthcare savings account management. We do have on this line potential legal services related to any foreclosure auctions We didn't have any in the past couple of years, but we are budgeting that for 22. But then I'll call routine increases related to Frontier Field and our contract with RPD for traffic control and the elevator maintenance at Frontier Field. So nothing individual strikes out as a dramatic increase, just across the board on those lines.
Yep, bits and pieces. Thank you, Mr. Franklin. Through you, Mr. Chairman, on page 420 again, finance unallocated appropriations, utilities. Electric is increasing by over $200,000. In 2020 to 2021, it looks like it's remaining the same in 2022. Are we not expecting higher utility costs?
Actually, Mr. Chairman, most of our utility projections come right from Fluent Energy, our contracted provider. This particular line in 2020 may have benefited from a particular RG&E rebate, but I can look into that for you.
Thank you. Once again, on page 3, Mr. Chair, on page 420, finance unallocated appropriations, other expense. It was, again, it's varied quite a bit, over $2 million in 2020, nothing in 2021, and $10,000 in 2022. Why the fluctuations? Why is 2020 so high? I'm sorry. Yes.
Yep. I got it, Mr. Chairman. The 2020, it's almost $2.2 million is entirely related to our CARES Act funding. We didn't budget anything in 21 on this line, but the 10,000 you see in the 22 budget is related to a portrait for the former county executive. Those are produced after every county executive leaves office. Nobody wants to budget for it, so we put it in finance unallocated.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. That's a good explanation. On page 420, again, finance unallocated appropriations, agency contracts fluctuates from 18 million in 2020 to 41 million in 21, and down to just over $100,000 in 22. Again, please explain.
That line, Mr. Chairman, is supposed to be for our contract with MCC. They manage the parking at Frontier Field. The 2020 and 21 is not related to baseball. It is, however, related to our management of our CARES Act funding.
Okay, thank you. Staying on page 420, unallocated appropriations, agency contracts. 16 million was allocated in 2020 and 0 in 21-22. Once again, please explain.
Mr. Chairman, that's entirely related to our CARES Act funding.
Okay, and through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Franklin, could you just explain what the difference is between this and the agency contract line item?
Not at this meeting, Mr. Chairman. These change all the time. I will provide you the examples of what hit 504-800 agency contracts and the type of expenses that hit 504-807. It's just minor differences, but I'll follow that up for you.
Thank you, sir. Through you, Mr. Chairman. Now, new page 421. Finance unallocated appropriations, computer equipment, groceries, institutional supplies, and medical lab supplies all had allocations in 2020, yet they have none in 2022. Again, please explain.
Mr. Chairman, the 2020 figures entirely relate to our CARES Act and our COVID-19 response and mitigation efforts. Really, the lines that typically show up here are the lines you see in 22. It's our construction supplies for Frontier Field and Civic Center Garage, and the technical supplies, 5,000 for Frontier Field. Everything else is COVID-19 response.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. 3 more, I think. On page 97, moving to cultural and educational services. Authorized agencies, mid-sized arts appropriations, they increased from $176,000 in 21 to $500,000 in 22. Could you explain that, please?
So, Mr. Chairman, this is the line that the adopted budget would have been $45,000. During 21, there was the legislative referral to add $131,000. We called it emergency funding. That was out of the community contingency fund, which we deem as one-time funding that will not be recurring. However, the county executive did have a number of conversations with a number of people in the greater arts community. They've all strongly supported an increase in our mid-sized art support, and the county executive agreed. And with the slight uptick that we are projecting for hotel tax revenue, this budget reflects his commitment to bring mid-sized art support to $500,000. I've been managing mid-sized arts for a number of years. It has been the same 10 or 11 or 12 agencies. It's just a little bit of funding for each agency. So this is the line that we're looking to expand the number of eligible agencies and maybe take a new approach in how we determine agency-specific funding.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. I applaud that. I think it's long overdue. Through Mr. Chairman, on page 702, once again, cultural and educational services revenues, MCC parking fees. In 2020, they were $280,000 or so, $900,000 in 2021, and dropping by $400,000 to $500,000 in 22. Can you explain the reason for the fluctuations?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. 2020 is just really low because of remote learning, even at the college level, and students just not driving and needing a parking permit. The amended budget for 21, obviously, in hindsight, way too high. Trying to bring down 22 to something a little more realistic, I'll call it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Franklin. Through you, Mr. Chairman, on page 705, Cultural and Educational Services and MCC Debt Service, FBAL RBD fund balance. Can you explain the fluctuations again between 2020, 21, and 22?
Mr. Chairman, the big dollar amount behind 21 is the reserve for bonded debt that was associated with downtown campus. So even though that number shows up in the request, that's just because we carried the same number from the prior year forward. That money has been spent from our reserve for bonded debt, and what is available for 22 is the $171,000.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Franklin. Thank you to the administration for your answers to that set of questions. I'll probably be back for more a little later. I yield the floor, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Legislator Brew, I know we lost you earlier and you're back online with us. I wanted to see if you had any additional questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize. My computer conked out on me, and my question has been previously answered. So I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to open up the floor for another legislator to ask questions. Okay, at this time, actually, I'd like to take a few moments to ask some questions to the administration. And I'm going to ask Mr. Franklin and the administration. My questions are going to be pertaining to the Department of Public Safety. So I'll give you a minute to get settled there. All right, now I'll just get started. And if anyone that needs to join us, they can jump in. Through the administration, how much, if any, general fund balance is being applied to the public safety budget? And if a general fund balance is being applied, what is the breakdown of restricted versus unrestricted applied fund balance?
Mr. Chairman, the only fund balance being appropriated for their budget next year comes from our debt service fund, and specifically our reserve for bonded debt.
Okay, thank you. And to the administration, have any capital projects included in the 2021, 2026 capital improvement plan that are funded as part of the 2020 capital budget been either delayed, downsized, or canceled as a result of the pandemic? If so, can you please provide the committee with a list of affected projects and their revised budgets and timelines?
Mr. Chairman, none of the projects in the 2020 budget that are also reflected in the 22 through 26 CIP, none of those projects were, none of the funding for those projects were pushed out to 22. I know there are quite a number of projects where we delayed the purchase of certain items. Those have all been restarted, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Okay. And through the chair, what is the breakdown of the public safety budget as it relates to appropriations charged from the general fund, debt service, and capital projects fund?
Mr. Chairman, you won't find, like, for example, on page 295, which is the overall department budget for public safety, you won't find any of these expenses associated with the capital project fund. You will see expenses associated with our debt service fund. The appropriations by object at the top of the page called debt service is all accounted for in our debt service fund. The other expenses within public safety, I'm just looking at each line item. All these are accounted for within our general fund. The only other exception would be in the revenue line. The appropriated fund balance previously answered is from debt service.
Okay. And to the administration, does the 2022 proposed budget allocate any cash capital for public safety projects? And if so, why was the decision made to use cash instead of additional debt service?
Mr. Chairman, public safety does have several cash-funded capital projects. The replacement of departmental vehicles is an example. And then there are several capital projects related to the former M3S LDC that were merged back into the county in 2016. Those projects all are of a recurring nature each year in the CIP of relatively the same or the same dollar amounts. And for our county, in our financial position, it made much more budgetary sense and financial sense to convert those formerly bonded capital projects to cash capital. These projects for public safety, they're so heavily dependent on technology. These capital projects would only be vehicles as 3 years. The communications equipment and device replacement is generally 5 to 10 years. For these capital projects, it only takes 6 or 7 years of debt service before the cost of the annual debt service exceeds what would have otherwise been budgeted for those. So it's just a more economical means of funding their capital needs, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And to the administration, on page 447, appropriations, public safety, probation retirement plan surcharges fall from 491,453 in 2021 to 0 in 2022. What is the reason for this decrease?
Mr. Chairman, the county in 21 made its final payment for prior year pension amortizations. So we actually just took that out of the budget going forward.
Okay. And to the administration, on page 449, appropriations, public safety, communications, commercial services increases from 15,650 in 2021 to $123,650 in 2022. What is the reason for this increase?
And Mr. Chairman, part of the reason, a good portion of the reason for the increase from 2020 is the 2020 was low because a lot of repair services were not being done. They got pushed off. We didn't increase the budget in 2021, even though we pushed those needed items off. So the 22 budget is trying to accommodate. And we are seeing an increase for repairs, especially at our tower sites. There are 18 tower sites, no, it's 21 tower sites now around the county. And that is the biggest reason for the increase. The other items are recurring. The locksmith, the pest control, the crane, and electrical services to maintain each of those sites are all pretty steady.
Okay. And sticking with page 449 to the administration, appropriations, public safety, communications, maintenance for computer equipment falls from $412,200 in 2021 to $31,500 in 2022. What is the reason for this decrease?
Mr. Chairman, our budget for 21 actually included some one-time costs, about $380,000 for specific infrastructure services at the tower sites.
Okay. And to the administration, moving on to page 452, appropriations, public safety, safety and security. Just trying to get an idea, looking at salaries are increasing from $186,689 in 2021 to $371,172 in 2022. What's the reason for this increase?
Mr. Chairman, there's more than just the normal pay and step increases and are trying to estimate the impact of the CSEA contract settlement. This division is budgeting for additional security guards. However, those security guards, even though they organizationally are budgeted in public safety and will report and be trained by public safety management, these security guards are really for the Children's Detention Center out in Rush. And there will be a chargeback. You will see a chargeback from public safety to the Department of Human Services for the cost of those 4 individuals.
Okay. And to the administration, on page 453, appropriations, public safety, unified court system agency contracts fall from $788,980 in 2021 to $0 in 2022. What is the reason for this decrease?
Mr. Chairman, the 21 amount of $788,000 and change included, it's entirely made up of grant proceeds that was brought to the legislature earlier in the year.
Okay. And to the administration, on page 455, appropriations, public safety, mutual aid, fire bureau, cellular telephone appropriations decrease from $188,345 in 2021 to $15,000 in 2022. What is the reason for this decrease?
Mr. Chairman, again, the budget for 21 included a cost for fire and EMS that is not being borne by the county in 22.
Okay. And to the administration, on page 457, appropriations, public safety, emergency management training, non-computer, falls from $319,970 in 2021 to $0 in 2022. What's the reason for this decrease?
Almost all the costs in this particular division, Mr. Chairman, are grant funded. So the legislature will see grants come before you throughout the year. The $300,000 you see in 21 all entirely a grant related to incident management.
Okay. And my final question here with, in public safety, to the administration on page 459, appropriations of public safety, MC Crime Lab, chemicals and biologicals funding falls from 190,704 in 2021 to 17,000 in 2022. What is the reason for this decrease?
We budget, Mr. Chairman, for our control samples. The amended budget for 21 is higher because of grant acceptances, and the legislature will see similar grants in 22 as well.
Okay. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to open up the floor to legislators to ask questions.
Legislator DeFlorio.
Legislator DeFlorio, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through the chair, if we could switch gears a little bit and go back to the Office of Public Safety, I have a couple of questions on the appropriations on page 476. Through the chair, like curious about the line item for clothing and what exactly that charges. It was 0 in 2020 and is now up to 1765 for the current year budget or next year's budget. Can you tell me what this is through the chair?
Mr. Chairman, this is really for the staff who work for OPI. It's county logoed apparel to better identify them in the field.
Got it. Thank you. That makes sense. Through the chair, the line item for equipment that had a big spike last year and is then down to 0 again in next year's budget.
Mr. Chairman, that really was a one-time cost in 21 for new office furniture. That's not recurring in the 22 budget.
Thank you. And then through the chair, one more question on this page for transportation equipment. Can you tell me what that is?
It's a vehicle, Mr. Chairman, to replace the 2007 Impala that they have.
So through the chair, did they get a vehicle last year and then they're getting another vehicle next year?
The 2021 and 22 budgets do all account for the replacement of a vehicle. The 20 obviously got pushed to 21. We didn't make that purchase. But they just replaced a 2010, I believe it was, Impala.
Just so through the chairs for clarification then. So what was in last year's budget is being added to what's in next year's budget to purchase one new vehicle. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, did I misspeak, Mr. Chairman? The 2020 is 0 because it was a push. No purchases were made in 2020. So we purchased the vehicle in 21. It's a different vehicle being replaced in 22.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that for me. And now switching over to the office of the to the sheriff's office. Through the chair, if you could tell me how much, if any, of the general fund balance is applied to the sheriff's office budget, and if the general fund balance is being applied, what is the breakdown of restricted versus unrestricted?
I just need to get to the right page, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, there was no application of fund balance for the sheriff's office either in the 21 budget or the 22 budget.
Thank you. Through the chair, have any capital projects have any capital projects included in the 2021, 2026 CIP funded as part of the 2020 capital budget either been delayed, downsized, or canceled?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, does the 2022 proposed budget allocate any cash capital for sheriff's office projects? And
Two of them, Mr. Chairman. They have a vehicle replacement capital project, and we are also funding, trying to get ahead of the jail mainframe reconstruction project. Those are both cash funded.
thank you. And then next question through the chair, the percentage of the department's budget that's mandated versus non-mandated.
Mr. Chairman, we didn't actually run that calculation for this budget book. I will have to follow up for you.
Sorry about that, I forgot. So thank you. If we could get that, that'd be great. And I'm trying to get myself organized here, so bear with me. On page 479 in the appropriations, and I'm thinking this might be the same explanation that you gave with regard to COVID and CARES Act money, but the sheriff's civil bureau salary that seemed to fluctuate the last couple of years. Not CARES Act, but you had indicated that with COVID you had underspent and then overestimated, and now it's back to sort of normal. Is that true? Through the chair.
Budget yep, Mr. Chairman, the budget for 22, there's nothing special about the Civil Bureau salaries other than the trying to account for any pay or step increases that will be incurred. The 2020 actual, I do see is running high for salaries, and I can follow up to see if that was specific to additional staffing. We do have the undersheriff on, and something occurred to me as the academies that ran for the Civil Bureau. I know there has been quite a delay due to COVID, but I'm looking for verification of that.
We did have an academy a couple years ago. We put somebody on, but the 2020 actual is actually pretty correct, and the 2022 request is really close to right on, but for some reason the 2021 amended, it's just lower than what the actual salaries are going to come out to, and I'm not sure exactly why that is. But the number for next year, it does go right in order. If you notice, there's a big drop from 2021 after 2020, and then it goes back up. So there really is no decrease like that. I'm not sure why it's reading like that.
Thank you.
I will say our budget office routinely applies vacancy factors when we see trends in significant turnover or delays in filling positions. And since there had been quite a delay in academies for the Civil Bureau, I'm going to take a wild guess that for 21, we applied a significant vacancy factor.
Thank you. Then through the chair, moving to the Police Bureau, the roll call pay almost tripled from 2020 to 2022. Well, actually 2021 and 2020, 2021, then it almost tripled in next year's budget. Could you kind of give a little info on that?
Mr. Chairman, we are trying to make an estimate of the contract settlement with the PBA. And of course, the 22 budget was prepared before that negotiations had completed. But we knew that was an item of potential change for the contract.
So is this amount reflective then of what you think it's going to be through the chair? Trying to understand.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it is our reasonable estimate of where we think it may fall out.
Got it. Thank you. And then through the chair, sorry, kind of trying to, I keep losing my place here. The Police Bureau Professional Services line item on page 480 was another big increase in the 2021 and then dropped back again to more reflect what it had been in 2020.
Mr. Chairman, this is an area where we do receive grants. The 21 amended budget did include $101,000 that was grant accepted through the legislature earlier this year.
Got it. Thank you. Then on page 487, I'd like to kind of keep looking at this as I'm talking, so apologize. Flipping papers here. So on 487 in the Staff Services Bureau, a pretty significant increase from the 2021 amended to the 2022. Is that all contract related or through the chair?
Specifically in salary?
Yes, sorry.
This is the Undersheriff.
Mr. Chairman, please, absolutely.
This is the Undersheriff. So through the chair, we've increased the staffing numbers in staff services for 2022 because we're beefing up our training unit. So we bought a driving simulator and a shooting simulator, and we plan to increase the training unit in staff services as part of our 203 plan to increase training for all police officers.
Very good. Thank you. Next question through the chair. Why do the retirement surcharges dramatically decrease? And I think I kind of noticed it happen perhaps previously, but then I really noticed it on page 481.
Mr. Chairman, that is entirely related to our payoff of prior year pension amortizations, and therefore there's no need for that specific line in the 22 budget.
Got it. Thank you. Staying on page 481, the computer software, was that a grant for software purchase last year that now it's
It was,
fallen off?
Mr. Chairman, entirely
Thank
grant
you.
funded, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Through the chair, then is there any maintenance of that software that we're going to need to budget for in the future, or is that covered somewhere else?
Mr. Chairman, I probably need the Undersheriff to tag team on that because I do believe any maintenance would also be grant funded, just verifying that the grant is recurring.
This is the Undersheriff through the chair. So the maintenance is part of the grant funding, but unfortunately, when we get a large grant, if it has multiple different categories, they put it into the first category that comes up, which is computer software. So we do have some bomb and tactical grants that are also coming out of that. And there was a large amount of money for our Bearcat, but because of the way it falls on the budget, it drops into that budget line as part of the grant. But when the grant comes before the legislator, that's when it's thoroughly explained.
Makes sense. Thank you. And then, okay, that's somewhat, sorry, I keep losing my place here. I apologize. Thought I had another computer question that was probably very similar. Oh, on 488. So in the computer software under Staff Service Bureau. So again, assuming that that was a grant for software last year.
The 21 amended budget, Mr. Chairman, did account for $135,000 related to a grant.
I'm learning. Thank you. And I think that covers my questions for now. I'll try and get myself better organized for another section. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate your patience with me.
Thank you, legislator. Legislator Baroff, I see you were looking to get my attention.
That was really well done. Thank you, sir. First of all, I just want to say thank you everyone for being here, both the administration, staff, as well as members of the Ways and Means Committee itself. I mean, this is a long process, and I want to say thank you before we all got tired and maybe got a little cranky. So I want to say thanks first, and then move on to a few questions here. First off, I want to do a follow-up question in regards to human services. On page 175, it was pointed out the emergency housing placements was going to increase dramatically. And the response was as a result of the eviction moratorium likely ending January 15th. And my question is, on the same page, the total applications registered cash assistant is also anticipated to double. Is that a related situation? The cash assistant request is related to the eviction moratorium ending through the chair?
No, Mr. Chair, I do believe Deputy Commissioner Reed is still on the line.
I am. Good evening. Through the chair. Yes, essentially that is the reason. We've already started to see an increase in applications as pandemic unemployment benefits ended in the last quarter of this year. And we do anticipate that continuing as the moratorium ends and individuals look for income to pay their rent that's due. Through the chair.
Right. So I asked them because I feel, through the chair, this is going to be one of those cascading problems. When the eviction moratorium ends, it's going to have a whole bunch of repercussions. And I'm just noticing showing up here and something that I'm glad the county's looking forward at right now in addressing it. An additional follow-up question I had regards to the Board of Elections, if anyone's still there from that. They mentioned that they were taking on the payroll process for the election inspectors and taking away from the towns and the city, which I think is a reasonable idea. My question is the impetus for doing so to increase reliability, timeliness, accuracy? Is that the primary reason, or is there another reason? Through the chair.
Yeah, through the chair.
Mr. Chair, Relic is on.
Sure.
Thank you.
Through the chair. Yeah, that is a lot of the reason. There was a lot of inspectors that would call us and say, I haven't gotten my check yet. I worked in the town of Gates. Can you tell me what the status of it is? And unfortunately, because we were not the ones paying them, we didn't have a lot of information to offer. That changes if we're the ones doing the payroll now. So we have already seen that change now for this general election. People are looking for their money. They just naturally call the Board of Elections, and now we're able to assist them and help them and tell them what's going on with it and where it's at and better assist.
Great. Thank you. Through the chair, I just wanted to point that out because I suspected that was the reason. Because, we are taking on an additional cost here. I mean, I don't think it's dramatic, but it's an additional cost. But clearly, it's worthwhile cost in terms of improving the efficiency of paying our election workers who, frankly, have a tough day, and as you've seen and attested to, retaining them can be challenging, which should not make it even more difficult. So I'm glad that this is occurring. Thank you. Also, I want to move on to and I feel a lot of sympathy for Legislator DeFlorio. It's tough keeping track of everything. I want to move on to the Office of Planning and Development. And specifically, I have one question about one of the objectives for 2022. And it's the first one under Community Development Division. And it says invest additional funding to complete public works and facilities in participating towns and villages to increase accessibility. Great. My question is, do we have an anticipated cost associated with these public works and facility projects? And in addition to that, where would that be in the budget? Through the chair.
Mr. Chairman, our planning director, Director Liss, is available. If we can just have a moment, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, this is Director Liss. Can I ask for a recap on that question, please?
Absolutely. Through the chair, on page 252, one of the objectives for 2022 is to invest additional funding to complete public works and facility projects, basically to improve accessibility for persons with disabilities and or the elderly. And my question is how much anticipated funding do we think there will be to do this, and where in the budget will we find that line?
That's a question that I'm going to have to get back to you on. I'm going to have to consult with some of my colleagues in the planning department because.
I think I know that answer, actually.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, each year, planning does bring forward a referral for its HUD grant-funded projects, of which this is one of them. So you will see that dollar amount for this objective in a legislative referral that will come before you.
Okay. And just for now, if possible, do we have a guesstimate of what we're talking about here? Hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of thousands, through the chair?
Through the chair, I feel comfortable providing a guesstimate, but it will be a significant dollar amount. Our community development manager, Chan Kwa, is in charge of that effort. And as Director Franklin just indicated, you'll be getting a detailed rundown soon of the funding that will be allocated to that.
Thank you. That's perfectly fine. I was just eager. I'm being an eager beaver. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Thanks.
I really do like Ways and Means. It's a good committee to be on. So any legislators out there watching, this is the committee. So I wanted to follow up on a question, or at least a topic about the Office of Public Integrity. And that was under the performance measures on page 223. They listed out the investigations completed within 30 days and gave a percentage number. And my question is do we have a hard number of how many investigations were completed, at least in 2020 actual?
Hopefully Director McNair is still on the line, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, this is Director McNair from the Office of Public Integrity. Through the chair, can you repeat the question?
Sure, absolutely. On page 223, under the performance measures, there's one called investigations completed within 30 days and get the percentage of the investigations completed. My question is there an absolute number? What is the actual number of investigations that were completed or not completed in 2020? So maybe there was 100 investigations and there were 51 of them were completed. Well, maybe it's a different number.
Yes, through the chair, we do have an actual number. I don't have it in front of me. I can definitely get that back to you and get it to you in writing, but I don't have that right in front of me at the moment.
Thank you. That'd be great. And in addition, if you could, through the chair, if you could, do that for years going back. I think it's only like 1 or 2 years going back, just so we can see if there's a trend or not a trend. I'd really appreciate that if you could do that.
Absolutely, through the chair. They are documented in our annual report, but I can get that and get the last 5 years. I can get those for you.
Oh, during the annual report, I can get that easily enough too. I'm sorry. And then just for the 2020 would be great then. That's fine.
No problem at all.
Thank you. Moving on, I did want to do a shout out because it's something I always check. I always look for increases in costs and fees and things like that. But I'm going to go to page 229 and I might be on the wrong page. I had, there. Yeah, 229 is the right page. I was very excited to see the fact that you included a new set of golf permit fees for the season discount. Golf permits going down to nothing essentially. And I thought that was a great way of being more inclusive. And then I went through and I thought, you know what? Let me take a look further. And I was even more impressed when you added a new category of Junior Plus Pass 7-day. I think that's important. I think that, we need to make sure that we are allowing as many people as possible to take advantage of our services, in this case, the parks. And so I looked at that and I looked at other things like the driving range fees. It goes up like $1 from $5 to $6. And normally I'd go, that's bad. But, frankly, when you're talking about, the rising costs of everything and you're making access easier by lowering fees to nothing or making a new classification for people who tend to have less money. So if you're just first out of the home, you're 21 years old, it's sometimes tough to get out and use these things. I just wanted to put a kudo out there to say that, yes, I looked and I think the Parks Department has done a great job in making the fees more reasonable for more people. So that's a kudo and less of a question, more of a statement. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Legislator.
Thank you. I also need to move on to I think it's a follow-up on page 145 for finance. Someone had asked about earlier. I'm old school, I use paper. Because I looked at, it was Legislator Hebert. He was just talking about, how do we know we're going to move up in the ratings, and the response made perfect sense. And I just want to ask, under real property and the performance measures, there's a steady decrease going on in the dollar amount of cancellation refunds. Could you explain that to me, please? Page 145.
Mr. Chairman, we do have our real property director on here. But the dollar amount of cancellation refunds is primarily the value we put in the budget for erroneous assessments.
Right.
The dollar amount fluctuates a lot from year to year. But let's just make sure I'm accurate on that.
Through the chair, that's correct. I mean, it's going to vary based on the higher dollar years are reflective of more commercial certiorari cases that have been settled, multiple year settlements. We have some of those that, are hanging around for 4, 5, 6 years. And then when you do a refund, you're given them, a refund of 100,000, maybe 150,000. So
thank you.
There's no way to, to predict.
And here's why I asked. My question, I'm trying to get at, does the fact that we've been going through a reassessment of property values, it varies from place to place on the county, but we had quite a few of them last year. Does that impact this number? And I would think it does. Through the chair. Am I correct?
Through the chair, it may, I would say that there were a lot more commercial filings in 20 and 21 because of perception of, loss in value because of the pandemic. So just because there were filings doesn't necessarily mean that there's going to be reductions.
Mm-hmm. So it's more complicated than that, then, through the chair.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, it's not a simple answer. And again, I would say that, filings for 21 on the commercial properties were probably 30% higher than the prior year. And the filings, are there, but they may not have any basis. And they could go filings from 21, might not be settled until 24 or 25, just because that's the way the system works.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I want to move on to HR now, if I could. Basically, one of the things I and others do nowadays, and it's good, is to look at the objectives and look at the past and see what we're supposed to do and did we do them or not. And going back to the number of years, I just want to point out that if you go back a number of years, you'll see the number of objectives under human resources in past years was always a very short list. And the list this year, I think, is really impressive, and that there's a lot been going on, and the HR has done a pretty good job in terms of not just responding to the the COVID crisis, but also getting just or at least improved contracts with our various unions. And I think that's a wonderful thing. It's very impressive. But the sheer number of these is just impressive. So I wanted to say that's great. I did have a question about the performance measures. On page 159, we anticipate an increased number of new workers' compensation claims. To what do we attribute this suspected increase? Through the chair.
Mr. Chairman, our Human Resource Director, Director Gazetta, is with us. If we could have just a moment, please.
Thank you. And the dogs might get frisky in a moment. I'll have to mute if that happens.
Let the dogs out.
I'm in the meeting.
Through the chair, this is Scott Walsh. The estimate of those are a concern of an increase of COVID cases being attributed to worker comp claims.
I'm sorry, sir. I couldn't quite hear that. Could you repeat yourself, please, through the chair?
Yes, through the chair. The increase was our anticipation of possible increase in numbers due to COVID cases that are being accepted as workers comp claims.
Okay, that is COVID then. Thank you. And then through the chair of the administration, another question regarding an objective, and I think it's a great objective, but I have a question about it, is to raise the wage of all employees making less than $15 an hour to at least $15 an hour. Is that only for hourly employees, or does that include salaried employees? So if they're working a 35 or 40-hour work week, they also will be increased to $15 an hour? Through the chair.
Through the chair, technically everybody is an hourly with the exception of elected officials. So those, if anybody was making below $15 an hour, everybody is being brought up to $15 an hour.
Okay, and then the delicate question. Does this apply to all employees of the county aside from elected officials, including those who work in other elected officials' offices? Through the chair.
Through the chair, anybody who's on a salary schedule in any way within the county at the start of the year will be brought up to $15 if they are not currently making $15. Does that answer the question?
I think so. I guess I would say, will that happen regardless of budget amounts for personnel? Through the chair.
Mr. Chairman, the $15 an hour wage minimum will happen even if we've grossly estimated the budget incorrectly. The $15 will be applied.
Okay.
We looked at all our departments and divisions and really tried to accommodate the budget request. I'm sorry, not accommodate. We tried to adjust the budget to account for the impact of the wage increase.
Okay.
You see it predominantly in a couple departments, right? Like our parks department. Seasonal labor, a lot of them were lower paid seasonal staff. Within environmental services, you'll probably see a number of lower wage staff who are now going to get $15 an hour. So I think that's where you'll find the biggest increase.
Okay.
An adjustment.
But that's something the administration is going to be looking at proactively, correct? Through the chair?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And one last technical question. One of the major objectives was talking about outsourcing the annual ACA 1095C filing. I don't know what that is. Could you enlighten me, please, through the chair?
Nightmare, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Through the chair, Deborah Wood, our benefits manager, is on the call. Deborah, would you like to take this?
Sure, thank you. Through the chair, the ACA is the Affordable Care Act. And since 2016, the county has been producing these forms in-house. As Director Gazetta and Director Franklin are well aware, we currently produce over 5,500 forms. These are individual forms for every employee of the county, whether or not they have our insurance, and every retiree of the county, whether or not they have our insurance. This is a massive project that requires many, many hours of staff time and also requires us to utilize some of our outside consultants. We've been advised for many years now that an organization of our size and complexity really should be looking to outsource this. We understand that our other peer groups of our size, other government employers, do not try to do this forms in-house. It is very complex. We also are being made aware that with the proposed intent of the Biden administration to bring in approximately 87,000 IRS agents, that it is expected that employers everywhere will be under increased audit pressure from the IRS. And so we are looking this year to hopefully outsource this in the years to come.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I appreciate the answer. It does sound like it's monstrous. My last question to the administration, and this is a follow-up question. It was mentioned earlier in two separate conversations, one with the Board of Elections and one with the county clerk's office about the impact of county fiber networks. And the question that comes to my mind, because it impacts our ability to, frankly, reduce the number of properties we rent and use properties we own. And this has been an ongoing thing, which I think the administration made a lot of great steps to reduce costs that way. And my question is how many county facilities are there that do not have access to the county fiber network and should? Do we know? Through the chair.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think we know at this table tonight, but we do have the data to get that answer, so we'll follow up for you on that.
Okay, because I think long-term, that's something that ought to be addressed, and not simply by laying out new lines, but also sometimes by moving to places that have these lines addressed. Then as an additional request, so the question was how many county facilities are out there not connected to the county fiber network? And then a corollary to that, and I don't know if this is possible. If it's not possible, simply you can tell me it's not possible, is how many non-county facilities are turnkey ready to connect to the fiber optic system, if that makes sense. They're physically connected already.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to answer none, because
Awesome.
if it's a non-county facility, we would not have run fiber to that building. We ran fiber. We have an inner loop and an outer loop of county fiber, and we ran that in proximity to all county facilities in that vicinity, and we also ran fiber to other municipalities, but we did not go the extra mile to run just generically to any non-county facility out there. And we also have to be careful on our rented facilities. We really need to take an objective and I'll call it an academic look at how long we expect or anticipate we may rent a non-county facility. Because if we think our length of duration in that building is short, it's just not economically feasible to string fiber. So those are decisions that are going to have to be made on a case-by-case basis and in an attempt to try and predict the future.
Absolutely. And that's actually I was thinking about the rented facilities that we may currently have connected to and then decide to leave. And I just was worried if we'd already done that or not. And from your answer, we simply have not yet done that. Correct?
Yeah, I'll say correct, sure.
You're lucky I
I'm
trust
trying
you.
to think of an exception to the rule, but none's coming to my mind.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I'll yield the floor.
Okay, thank you, legislator.
Legislator Hebert.
Legislator Hebert, go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through to the administration. Well, first of all, I think I'm the first one to talk about public defender budget, and I would like to take a moment to just thank Tim Donaher for his years of service as an outstanding public defender. He's taken that office in a long ways in the 6 years I've been here, and longer than that in the time he served the county. So if he's on the call, I want to thank him, and I'm sure I'm thanking him on behalf of all 29 legislators, not just this Ways and Means Committee, but thank you, Mr. Donaher. So he has indicated he's not seeking reappointment. Does the administration have a time frame for when they're going to have a potential replacement for him? Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the administration.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if I may have a moment, please.
Through the chair, this is John Bringlaw, County Attorney. That appointment, the public defender's appointment, is actually an appointment of the legislature. And it could be completed in the next term in January, once the new legislature is seated.
Thank you. Through the chair, on page 474. Let's get to that.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Under appropriations, public defender salaries, they fall from over $10 million in 2021 to just over $5.25 million in 2022. Could you please explain the reason for the change?
Mr. Chairman, really, this is all related to, well, mostly it's related to the increasing, I'm going to mispronounce it probably, the Hurl Herring lawsuit settlement. I think I totally mispronounced that. That is a lawsuit settlement in New York State that is funneling through the Office of Indigent Legal Services to the counties additional funding, and the funding is increasing each year for a 5-year period. We are heading into, I believe it's year 3 for the 22 budget. So those are grants that come before the legislature when the funding is awarded to us. It's about $5.3 million that you see in the 21 amended budget related to that grant. So absent that grant amendment, the 21 amendment is pretty close to the 22 requests. Obviously, the 22 request is higher. We have added positions. The legislature has passed resolutions related to public defender referrals to increase the number of staff in that office, and directly related to the Hurl Herring grant. It's about 20 FTEs in addition for this budget. And then there's the typical pay and step increases in the CSEA estimate for their negotiation.
Thank you. And I believe you pronounced it correctly, Mr. Franklin. Through you, Mr. Chairman, on page 474, again, under appropriations, public defender professional services, it falls almost $300,000 from 2021 to 2022. Could you explain that decrease, please?
What we budget there, Mr. Chairman, really is our expert witness costs and the cost for our subscriptions for online research. The 2020 actual and 21 amended both are high because of grant funding due to those referrals before the legislature.
Got it. Thank you, sir. Through the chair, again, on page 474, public defender mandated training, it falls from $46,000 in 21 to 0 in 22. Again, please, could you please explain the reason for the decrease?
All their mandated training, Mr. Chairman, is grant funded, so the 22 budget will be amended when that referral is accepted by the legislature.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Franklin, through you, Mr. Chairman, do we expect to receive grants in any other cases that bring our 2022 line items in line with 2021 or potentially higher?
The office typically brings 2 referrals. They're what I'll call their regular Office of Indigent Legal Services awards, oils as they're known. They provide on an annual basis, they provide 3-year grants on an annual basis. So that is a referral that comes before the legislature in addition to the Hurl Herring referral.
Thank you.
There may be other grants. Yeah, there may be other grants, Mr. Chairman, but they're much more minor. The gun involved violence reduction, those are much smaller dollar amounts.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Franklin. Through you, Mr. Chairman, changing to the Department of Transportation on page 544. Appropriations, transportation, traffic operations, and permits, construction supplies. It's increasing about 20% from 21 to 22. Could you explain the reason for the increase?
This line, Mr. Chairman, does we budget for our sign fabrication unit on this line. We also purchase paint beads, tape, this is all related to road striping on this particular line. The increase really is related to the additional funding expected from PAVE New York, the extreme weather recovery, and CHIPS funding.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Franklin. On page 546, again, appropriations, transportation, highway and bridge operations, commercial services. Increases from $3.1 million in 21 to $4.2 million in 22. Could you again please explain the reason?
This line, Mr. Chairman, does account for routine work. This is our milling, the gutter, the curb work, guide rail repair, the asphalt delivery, even tree stump removal. These are all road construction projects, and the increase really is related to the additional funding through CHIPS and PAVE New York and the extreme weather recovery.
Got it. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman, on page 547, appropriations, transportation, highway and bridge ops, project chargebacks. There's about $100,000 difference, 21 to 22. Could you please explain why, and like you have before?
Mr. Chairman, this particular line, I don't like to see a lot of use of it. We use this line for federally funded projects that we have staff time devoted with specific tasks and services to be performed on those projects. The staff salaries are obviously budgeted in the road fund, and we only try to charge those back to those projects that are federally funded so we can get some of that reimbursement back. This is the estimation of what those projects may be in 22.
Understood. Thank you, sir. Through you, Mr. Chairman, on page 549, appropriations, transportation, traffic signal engineering and operations, transportation equipment increases from 0 in 2020 and 21 to $41,000 and change in 22. What's being purchased with this?
This is one vehicle, Mr. Chairman. We in finance have worked with DOT management to better structure their expenses that they charge to their capital projects. And because vehicles are relatively short-lived, and really most of the vehicles we purchase are run-of-the-mill SUVs, pickup trucks, minivans. They would have a short 3-year period of probable usefulness for which we can borrow. It just makes better sense for us to put them in the particular division that needs a replacement vehicle.
Understood.
These are all replacement vehicles. This is not an expansion of the fleet.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Franklin. One last question, if you would. Page 550, under highway and bridge engineering utilities. In 2021, it was $119,000. And in 2020, it was $17,000 and change, and it's 0 planned for next year. Can you explain the bumpiness?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. This really, the increase you see in 21 is related to the O'Rourke Bridge grant. I think you know New York State pays us to manage that bridge. What's different, the referral that came before the legislature earlier this year, I think it was 2-year funding. I don't think it was 3-year funding. I'm pretty sure it was a 2-year funding grant, which is new for state DOT. So that particular cost has all been moved to the grant fund for the road division. So that will show up in a modified budget, not the adopted budget.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. Great answers as always. Mr. Chairman, I yield the floor.
Legislator Smith.
Go ahead, Legislator Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a couple of questions when it comes to transportation as well. They're kind of more general questions. We have many residents who complain when the county chip seals or oil stones roads because of the mess it makes to their cars. And it's especially difficult surface for road riding for our bicyclists. Through the chair, can you tell me how much the county is budgeting for the chip sealing in 2022? Which roadways will be chip sealed, and also give an overview of the county's chip sealing process?
We can try that, Mr. Chairman. We do have our acting DOT director, Mr. Fries, with us.
Yes, good evening. Through the chair, we're actually putting together our program together right now. We're driving the roads, and based on the condition of the roads, the last time they've had the treatment, the chip seal application, and the amount of roads we do changes every year. And I know it's not a favorite treatment, but it does cost roughly 20% the cost of a mill and resurface. So I can get a lot more bang for my buck in resurfacing the top course of a road, and it's a wearing surface, and I get a lot more bang for my buck by doing that rather than something more substantial.
Thank you. Through the chair, another follow-up question with that. I think some towns use a straight sweeper, maybe to help them performing the chip sealing to minimize the impact of loose stone. Does the county do that as well when they go out? Is that up to the towns to go back and do?
Through the chair, the towns actually performed the service for us as part of the CHIPS money, and part of the process is actually sweeping it twice. So yes, the sweeping process is being done.
Thank you. I have one additional question through the chair. The county, I know the county contracts many of the local municipalities for preventive road maintenance on our county roads. Over the years, there seems to be a decrease in the number of the municipality, DPWs, highway departments that perform county work. Through the chair, do you have a breakdown of how much of the preventive maintenance was done by the county DOT, municipality, highways departments, and private contractors for 2021?
Through the chair, I don't have that information available right now. The amount of roads that the actual county forces have rehabilitated is negligible. We just don't have the staff. The towns, like I said, do most of it, and then we do have some private contractors that do something like a cold-in-place recycle or a hot-in-place recycle, but there aren't too many of those.
Okay. Would it be the only time that you would use a private contractor instead of one of our town highway departments? Through the chair?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay, great. Is there any time that there's any federally funded work that needs to be done, such as bridges or water districts, that you could use our towns? Through the chair?
Through the chair, no, because there's a specific process, the bidding process that we have to go through for the federal money.
Thank you.
Actually, there are some culvert replacements that we are able to do that, though. Through the chair.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Through the chair, do you have an estimate of how much work you plan on maybe bidding out or looking at the towns to pick up this year of 2022?
Through the chair, it's probably going to be based on the amount of CHIPS Pave New York and extreme weather recovery money that we get. And that letter normally comes out the first quarter of the year. Okay. So I'm planning probably in the vicinity of around $7 million.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I won't have that number.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, as Mr. Fry talked, I know everybody probably knows how important it is for us to try to use our town highway departments as much as we can. Many of the small ones I know use this as extra revenue for them to keep their laborers employed throughout the summer, since they need them so much during the winter. So I greatly appreciate anything we can do to make sure that we're using our towns as much as we can, our town highway departments, and doing some of our county work. So thank you again. Mr. Chairman, I would like to go on and have a few questions around human services. In the past, we've heard from some families who have been on waiting lists for early intervention services. Sometimes these families are waiting up to 6 to 8 months for OT, PT services. Can you tell us, is there a wait list currently for early intervention?
Mr. Chairman, we do have representatives from our public health. I believe Frank Golisano may be on the line, who can better answer that question.
Thank you.
Hi, Roxana Insco, Special Children's Services. Through the chair, there are currently 19 children as of last week who have been waiting for more than 30 days for their services.
Thank you. And through the chair, what's contributing to these families waiting on the wait list?
Most of the families that are waiting right now are families that are looking for in-person services. The Bureau of Early Intervention is directing that all services be provided as teleservice to the maximum extent possible. Some providers are wanting to only provide teleservice right now due to the COVID numbers, and some of them, it's difficult to work in the in-person sessions with their teleservice and trying to plan for the drive times, etc.
Thank you. And just one last question around that through the chair. Do you feel the 2022 budget, which includes your staffing accounts for the wait list, help eliminate or reduce the wait list for our families?
I'm sorry, can you just repeat the question?
Sure, not a problem. Just want to, through the chair, just wanting to make sure that we are doing everything possible to get as many families off of our wait list. So I just wanted to make sure that early intervention is staffed correctly. And do you think that is done through the budget of 2020?
So we have recently increased the number of service coordinators. That does, help them to be able to try to identify alternative services for those families that are waiting, but ultimately those families are waiting for services to be provided by the contracted providers who are contracted with New York State Department of Early Intervention.
Thank you. Through the chair, in the 2022 major objectives, child and family services, it states an objective that Monroe County will assess and expand access to basic need items and services for vulnerable adults utilizing grant opportunities. Can you expand on this? Specifically, what are the grant opportunities?
This is Dr. Mendoza. I think that's a question for DHS.
Yes, so this is Ann Ikas, Deputy Commissioner. Those are opportunities that we are seeing in our adult protective services, and I'm going to pass the baton to Amy Natali, who's our Director of Family Services, to speak to specifics.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. This year, particularly with COVID and last year as well, there were a variety of needs identified within our older adult population and just our vulnerable adult population in general. So we did spend time this year partnering both with OCFS and with our Lifespan partners to apply for grants to identify additional resources for that population of adults. In our partnership with Lifespan, we did recently learn that Lifespan will be awarded a grant to provide more direct services to that population of youth. Additionally, we've been allocated additional funds to assist with providing direct services to older and vulnerable adults as they navigate the community and the county during COVID, whether that's in-home cleaning services, transportation services, access to transportation for medical, et cetera.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And
Sure.
through the chair, on page 489, I'm looking at the Human Services Central Administration. Page 489, Human Services salaries is increasing from 1.5 in 2021 to 1.9. Can you just give us a reason for this increase?
Mr. Chairman, there is a change going on in central administration. They are picking up a net 1 additional FTE. There were a number of abolish and creates that effectively upgrade former positions with new higher paid positions. There's also the impact of the regular pay and step increases. But it's not an expansive list, probably eight positions changed in this division.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. And through the chair, staying on page 489, under professional services, we also see that increased quite a bit as well going into 2022. Can you give us the reasons for those increases?
Mr. Chairman, that increase really is the result of our community integration initiative. This is our contract we have with the United Way to help the department more decentralize their services and integrate with the existing community-based partners to try and redesign the delivery of temporary assistance services from the perspective of the applicant and not necessarily just from an efficiency standpoint of us as the deliverer of services.
Thank you. And through the chair, going to page 149, under the Human Services, Child and Family Services, again, we see an increase of nearly $1 million in 2021, or up from 2021 to 2022. Again, the reason for the increase?
I'm sorry, I'm on page 149, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, through the chair. 149 under salaries. So this is Human Services, Child and Family Services. And I was looking at the 2021 amended and then the request for 2022. Do you see that?
Child and Family Services, it's actually page 169. Absolutely, yes. Child and Family Services, personnel costs, they are picking up in this budget an additional 20 FTEs. These are case aid positions assigned to perform some of the clerical research functions to take tasks away from the caseworker so they could focus more on what the family needs. This particular line also has to accommodate the county's increase to a $15 an hour minimum wage. And then there are the normal pay and step increases. Overall, it's about a 7.7 increase on this particular line.
Okay, thank you. And also staying on that same page, we see through the chair, we see an increase with the overtime increasing going into 2022. What are we expecting the overtime increases?
Mr. Chair, if I may, I believe we are not on page 169 anymore. Let me flip over.
491.
491, thank you.
491, you're welcome, through the chair.
Overtime costs, Mr. Chairman, yes, they are dramatically increasing from the 21 amended budget. However, the department really is trying to, and this does fluctuate from year to year, I have to admit, but the department is really trying to better budget based on what they've seen over the past several years. I'm just looking at 2020, over $810,000 in overtime. Some of that could have been COVID related, Mr. Chairman, as a number of staff volunteered to take on a number of COVID response activities. But on this particular line, I think it's been discussed publicly a number of times. Monroe County struggles to hire people to fill its vacancies. It's really in all departments, all divisions. Child and Family Services is no exception. So some of their utilization of overtime simply accounts for the fact that they don't have the requisite applicants to fill their positions.
Thank you. And through the chair, one last question on that same page, 491. Under equipment, we see in 2022, it's going to be 25,000, but we see a large amount happen in 2021. I'm guessing that could be possibly due to COVID.
It actually was, Mr. Chairman. In 21, there was a desire to reconfigure their cubicles to put more space between staff members. So that was a one-time cost, not repeating. The $25,000 you see in the proposed budget is the more typical broken chair replacement, desk replacement.
Thank you. And through the chair, moving on to page 493, Human Services Financial Assistance. We also see the salary increasing nearly $1 million from 2021 to 2022. The reason for this increase?
This, Mr. Chairman, really is just reflective of the staff in that particular division. Other than the pay and regular step increases, there's no particular change going on with their FTE structure.
All right, thank you. Through the chair, moving on to page 498, that's the Human Services Child Center page. Again, we see the increase in their salary. Is there a reason for this?
So they do, Mr. Chairman, have some change going on here. The Children's Center is picking up an additional 4 FTEs. 2 of them are new. 2 of them, however, are shifting their clinical positions from our Public Health Department. Public Health Department had staffed 2 positions dedicated to the Children's Center. We're just going to move those organizationally. So that net 4 FTE pickup plus the regular pay and steps accounts for the increase in the salary line.
Thank you for that explanation. And through the chair, staying on page 498, we see the rental space, again, significant difference between 2021 to 2022. I'm guessing, again, COVID-related space.
That is for 21, not necessarily COVID, some of it, but the Children's Detention Center is actually now leasing a couple of trailers for educational space and recreation space. And there was significant build out of those trailers because, they're not the typical trailers. They had to be hardened to State Commission on Corrections standards. So that was additional cost in 21.
Thank you. And through the chair, moving on to page 501, Human Services Welfare Management System Support. We see professional services in their computers went down significantly. Can we have an explanation for this?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, one of our good contractors, longtime contractors, is retiring, and he will no longer be working for the department, except only on a very limited basis to fix some of the inevitable breaks. So he went from about $110,000 to only a $20,000 contract.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, again, staying on 501, computer equipment we noticed had a big jump. What type of a computer equipment do we expect to be purchasing in 2022?
Mr. Chairman, the department, before COVID-19 hit, they had a regular computer refresh plan. It's about 1/3 of the department's computers on an annual basis. A lot of that got pushed off in 2020, and they are now looking to get back on track for the 22 budget. So this is really a refresh of about 1/3 of their computers and some of their scanners that they have.
Thank you. And just 2 more questions. Going to page 518, the Human Services Mental Health, through the chair, we see another major jump in increase in salary. Can we have an explanation for this? I think you went through this during another committee, but I just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
Mr. Chairman, yes, this was touched upon, I believe, in the Human Services. This is a result of an additional 10 FTEs for mental health services. This is really our, the creation of community outreach specialists and senior community outreach specialists. This helps bring our impact team to a 24/7 operation.
Great, thank you. And the last question I have through the chair, again, on page 518, under mileage, I see that goes up, but I'm assuming that's due to the additional personnel that also was hired, correct?
Yeah, that's really increased mileage for street outreach efforts, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for those explanations, and I yield the floor.
Thank you, legislator. At this time, I'd like to open up the floor for another legislator to ask questions. Who do we have?
Legislator Brew is trying to.
Legislator Brew, I see you're trying to get my attention.
He's muted.
Legislator Brew, you're gonna have to take your computer off mute.
Okay, so you're not able to read my lips. Okay, let's start over again.
We did try, though. We did try, Majority Leader.
Okay. Yes, starting over again. Now, my questions are pertinent to the Department of Public Health. Let's get going here. And when I conclude, maybe I'll just put out an over and under there of maybe 10:30 tonight, maybe finishing before or after. Sorry, I had to lighten the mood a little bit here, you guys. But anyways, on page 523, Public Health Administration of Special Services, salaries, professional services, cellular telephone, agency contacts, mental lab supplies, all have very drastic changes from 2021. Is this strictly COVID? And I suspect it is.
A lot of it is COVID, not all of it. But what is not COVID, Mr. Chairman, is grant funding.
Okay, thank you. On the same page, Public Health Administration of Special Services, other expenses increases from 27,000 and change in 21 to 755,000 in 22. Can you explain why this line item is used for and why the increase, please?
Mr. Chairman, we do use this for community meeting supplies, but the big increase that is being questioned really relates to our impact team. We've added $1.5 million from the opioid lawsuit settlements for our impact team to bring them 24/7 operation. We split that $1.5 million pretty evenly between contractual services and supplies and materials.
Okay.
And I'll just say that the 750 grand shows up in medical and lab supplies on this page, a little lower, count 505085.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Franklin, through the chair again, could you, as a follow-up, how many FTEs would you say are fall under what you're describing as the impact team?
Well, the increase is 9 positions. I believe, Mr. Chairman, we do have from our public health department. I don't know if Mr. Frank Golisano is able to answer the existing staff. If not, I'll have to follow up on that, Mr. Chairman.
Through the chair, this is Dr. Mendoza. We currently have 8 individuals, 8 FTE in the impact team.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Next question on page 523. I'm sorry, on page 524, Public Health Administration of Special Services, Social Security contribution falls from $1,093,021 to $162,022. What is the reason for this? Through the chair.
Mr. Chairman, if we back out the $950,000 impact from the CARES Act, it would be much more equivalent.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the very next page, 523. Public Health Nursing Services salaries fall from $950K in 20 to 1.3 from 950,000 to 220 and 1,300,000 in 21 to 706,000 in the proposed budget. What would be the reason for this decrease to the chairman, if I may?
This particular division, Mr. Chairman, does have grant funding, so the salary lines for the 21 amended included $670,000 in grants. So that would be a little lower than the salary request for 22, which is only higher because we are trying to account for pay, step, and CSEA negotiation of wage increases.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair to the administration, I have a sister question, similar question, if I may. On page 527, public health, maternal and child health services salaries are falling from 1.5 million in 20 and 1.7 million in 21 down to 606 in 22. And I am assuming this is for a similar reason. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, this division, maternal and child health, is significantly grant funded. So the 21 amended budget, it does include $1.2 million of salary, grant funded salaries. So it would be much more comparable, except for, again, the increase for 22, pay, steps, and an estimate of the CSEA contract settlement.
Okay, thank you very much. On page 523, public health, environmental health services, agency contracts fall from 375K in 21 to 0 in 22. What is the reason for this decrease through the chair, please?
Sorry, this is professional services, Mr. Chairman?
This is for public health, environmental health services, and the agency contracts on 523.
Oh, agency contract. I'm sorry. Mr. Chairman, the 375,000 you see in the amended budget for 21 is entirely grant funded. So you should see a similar grant come forward later on in 2022.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to the next. As it relates to health department and public health, just a very general question was with the COVID-19 expenses taken into account while created the 22 budget, and was the COVID-19 expenses taken into account while creating the 2022 budget, and how would that be affected by the new variant that is just being becoming prominent in the public as we speak?
So that's a good question, Mr. Chairman. We actually took the same approach with the 22 budget that we did in 21. Because the COVID response and mitigation actions were so heavily funded by the federal government and a variety of grant fundings, both federal and state, we took the approach of not anticipating COVID funding in the 22 budget. During 2020, the county demonstrated it could effectively shift its resources from, I'll say, the regularly scheduled activities to a COVID response and mitigation activity. Those changes were, we discussed that we could easily duplicate those actions if needed. So the approach we're taking for 22 is to try and budget business as usual. And if there's an issue where we need to shift our resources for another surge like the Omicron variant, we know how to do that, and we will affect that change if needed.
Okay. And I guess another follow-up question related to that. So would it be a safe assumption to assume that all of the COVID related expenses or the efforts, let me say, that Monroe County had put forth in its dealing with the COVID-19, would you say that they were entirely reimbursed one way or another by either grants from the state, from the feds, or whatever source of grant funding would have been available, CARES 1.0, 2.0, so forth. Do you think, I guess if you can get to just my question, Mr. Franklin, to the chair, is that has the county been made whole, in your opinion, from all of the available resources, financial resources that had been available, made available to the county?
Mr. Chairman, the county has fully availed itself of that initial $125 million in CARES Act funding. There were a number of other grants related to the CARES Act that went to specific departments, public health, Monroe Community Hospital, the airport, Office for the Aging. Those departments did fully utilize or will fully utilize if those particular allocations are allowed to cross fiscal years, and a number of them are. I heard early on in that question, did the county get reimbursed for all its response and mitigation efforts? I'm going to say no, Mr. Chairman. We fully reimburse ourselves through the CARES Act and those very other grants. But there were obviously some activities. This county demonstrated that it could shift its efforts and its staff activities, and it did so using its own appropriations. I don't have a percentage for you, Mr. Chairman, but we didn't reimburse ourselves all of it, but boy, certainly a really good portion.
Yeah. And through the chair to the Mr. Franklin, I certainly appreciate that. And of course, what I'm getting at is that, this isn't a problem we caused, right? And, I'd like to think that the county taxpayer has not been burdened with having to pay for much of anything of the COVID-related costs. And it does sound as if we are on the right track. Correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we are, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Moving on. Geez, do I have any more questions here? No, that concludes my questions. Thank you. On to the next.
All right, thank you, legislator. I appreciate your questions. At this time, I'll open up the floor for anyone who has additional questions.
Legislator Smith.
Legislator Smith, go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is my questions around Monroe County Hospitals, looking at their general fund, cash capital, and mandate questions. So what is the hospital's current debt position, and what steps are being taken to reduce this deficit?
Mr. Chairman, the deficit situation in Monroe Community Hospital has grown a little bit over the years. I think the legislature members are aware that Monroe County has, for the past several years, budgeted a general fund subsidy to the hospital. That subsidy has increased the past couple years. I believe it started at $2.5 million, $3.5 million. This particular proposed budget includes an $8 million general fund subsidy to the hospital. In Monroe County's audited financial statements, we have in the general fund assigned fund balance, and we call it compensating balance for the MCH deficit. So Monroe County as a government is covering the deficit at MCH and has not done so to any detriment in the general fund's finances.
Thank you. Thank you. And through the chair, and Mr. Franklin, please just correct me. What is the breakdown of the MCH budget as it relates to appropriations charged to the general fund? And is that what you were just speaking of?
Kind of, Mr. Chairman. Really, Monroe Community Hospital is an enterprise fund. All of its revenues and expenses are accounted for in the hospital fund. Is a different fund from the general, and the only connection you will see between the general and the hospital fund is that general fund subsidy. In the budget book, if you're looking at the MCH section, it shows as net county support. And what that is it's a transfer from general to hospital fund.
Thank you. Through the chair, could you give a brief overview of how COVID has affected the operations of the hospital, such as staffing, care quality, impact on the operations of the hospital?
Mr. Chairman, we do have our Executive Director of Monroe Community Hospital, Executive Director Alyssa Tallow, on the line, who could better answer that question.
Through the chair, I think that's a loaded question, but I will do my best to touch on the various components that have impacted operations at MCH. So obviously, we understand this region is across the healthcare continuum experiencing staffing challenges. We are not immune to that by any means. And I think that every nursing home in this region would have the same response to the staffing question. As far as overall operations, we've continued to operate all of our units. So we do still provide care to ventilated patients, patients with trachs, pediatric patients, long-term care rehab. So we have been able to retain our services. We have just scaled that back because we have reduced our census based upon the staffing that we can manage.
Thank you. I appreciate that recap. Through the chair, does the 2021 proposed budget allocate any cash capital for the county MCH projects? And if so, why was this decision made to use cash capital instead of additional debt services?
Mr. Chairman, we do not in Monroe Community Hospital have capital projects funded by cash. We don't.
Thank you. And through the chair, under the revenues area, are there any positions, processes, or I'm going to hold off on that one. Sorry about that. So through the chair, what I'm looking at is the revenues for Monroe County Hospital. Are there any positions, processes, or essential services at MCH that are dependent on federal aid or in particular one-time COVID aid?
Mr. Chairman, in the revenue section of the budget book for Monroe Community Hospital, you do see revenue from our CARES Act. You should recall earlier in 21, we did a budget transfer, transferring $3 million of our CARES Act appropriations over to the hospital to cover their testing, their staff and resident testing expenses, and whatever other COVID related PPE they may need. We did also apply CARES Act revenue in 2020. I believe on page 673 of the book, you see just over $7 million of revenue posted. Monroe Community Hospital also received some of their own CARES Act related funding. I believe there were four separate funding allocations that were related to the CARES Act outside that $125 million allocation. We do not expect those to repeat in the 22 budget.
Thank you. Thank you. And through the chair, how many times in 2021 did the Monroe Community Hospital Board meet?
Through the chair, we've met 5 times so far this year. We do have another meeting scheduled next week.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And through the chair, does spending on salaries and compensation achieve your staffing objectives for this year in 2022?
Mr. Chairman, I will let Executive Director Tello fully answer the question, but I will say we have a long-standing arrangement with Monroe Community Hospital that their staffing needs, both you will find funded on the salaries lines and the professional services line, is they have quite a number of contracted clinical staff.
Through the chair, I can explain a little further as well. We do have salary allocated in the budget. Our biggest challenge is identifying and being able to hire staff. So the amounts are there, we just have to be able to find them, and that's the challenge right now in healthcare.
Thank you. Through the chair, when you guys were putting together your 2022 budget, I would imagine that you're taking in your what you are guessing what COVID-19 expenses will be happening in 2022 and how it would be affected. Can you give us some ideas of things that you increased or ways of things that you looked at the budget differently because of the COVID-19 epidemic?
Through the chair, we looked at our resident census and what might happen. It's really looking through our crystal ball right now because I don't think anyone's really sure what's going to happen over the next year. We did reduce supply costs and also accounted for a reduction in what our testing costs might look like. As many of you are probably aware, we had a significant contract with Quest as we were required to test staff twice a week initially, dropped down to once a week. So we are anticipating that that will be a reduction in cost for us as well. And then as far as salaries, again, we've tried to account for what we would need to care for residents. And now it's a matter of trying to find and create staff in this region.
Thank you. Through the chair, I also had noticed your contractual services went down as well. Can you explain that?
What's that? What do you see?
Through the chair, we did reduce some of our agency contracts. They are also having a hard time finding staff. So the contracts we have, they are actually not able to locate staff easily as well.
Thank you. And through the chair, I'm just seeing another decrease. I'm looking at page 220, by the way. I saw the patient revenue went down as well. What's the reason for this?
Through the chair, that's a result of the reduced census projection for the year.
Okay. Thank you. And through the chair, staying on page 220, under asset equipment, I did see that actually went up quite a bit. You had 0 for 2021 budgeted, but it's over 800,000. I also saw in your objectives for 2022 that you're looking at putting a new security system in. Is this the reason for that increase in asset equipment?
It actually is not, Mr. Chairman, and you're not supposed to ask that question, but since you did, I have to admit there was an error in budgeting during 21.
Oh, sorry.
There should have been a dollar value there. This is for a capitalized lease, and really the expenses, the liability is on the balance sheet. So when we make the payment, it's a reduction to our liability. It doesn't show up as an expense on the books. We do need to budget it because the hospital has to ensure it generates sufficient revenue to cover that capital lease payment. So it just got missed last year, but it really needs to be there.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I just have one last question. We're going to go to page 537 through the chair. I saw the mandated training went up significantly for 2022. Just wondering what type of trainings MCH will be doing in 2022.
For the chair, mandated training is for our CNA trainees. We do sponsor folks to go through the CNA training program to become CNAs.
Can I
we also are
interrupt,
responsible
Mr. Chair?
as a facility for their renewals.
Go ahead, Mr.
I do need to clarify, Mr. Chairman. Was the question specific to the budget line for mandated training 501055?
Yes, yes, through the chair it was.
And was, I'm sorry to make you repeat, was the question about the 22 request versus the actual?
Yes. Yes.
So Executive Director Tallow did explain what mandated training is required at MCH. This particular difference between the request and the 22 proposed budget is where the hospital tried to account for the effect of the $15 an hour minimum wage. It was a
Got it.
placeholder. It got moved to salaries.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for answering those questions to better understand those budget lines. I yield the floor at this time.
Thank you, legislator. I appreciate it. And now I'll open up the floor for questions for anyone who would like to ask a few more.
Legislator Hebert.
Go ahead, Legislator Hebert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the administration. Couple of general questions on the budget. What is the anticipated end of year balance of the CARES 3.0 funding the county received?
Mr. Chairman, the CARES funding?
Yes, sir.
The end of year balance, Mr. Chairman, is expected to be zero.
That's great. That's exactly what I hope to hear you say, Mr. Franklin. Second question, could you just, through you, Mr. Chairman, could you please just give an estimate? As some of the previous legislators asked questions, you indicated that the budget amounts were lower because of expected grants coming in, and that the final budget would actually be higher. Could you give us some idea of what in a normal year, and obviously 2020 wasn't one, what's the amount of grants that come in that aren't in the proposed budget? I think some grants are predicted and put into the budget and some aren't, correct? So what would the total final budget look like?
Great question, Mr. Chairman. I guess we would have to compare the countywide amended budget for 21 versus the countywide proposed budget for 22. We generally only budget, I have a number. It's only about 3.75 million in this budget for 22 that is grant related. The big grants really are the oils related grants, the Harold Herring grant, and the regular indigent legal services funding for both the public and conflict defenders. But public health brings a lot of grants forward throughout the year. It does quite a number of our other departments. So out of curiosity, definitely, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to take a look at the countywide 21 amended budget to see how different that is from the adopted. I try to do that, Mr. Chairman, in my presentations. In my presentations at the head of the committee, maybe not for Ways and Means, the others, I try to show the 21 adopted budget, the 21 amended budget, and what we're proposing for 22. Because a lot of times, it raises a lot of questions. Why was the amended budget so much more than the request? And the reason is because of grants. So I try to, in those presentations, show how the 22 proposal is very similar to the 21 adopted. But
yes,
let me follow up on that. Very curious.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. What I'm looking for, and perhaps you could also do 2019, just because 2021 may not have been a normal year for grants either. But appreciate that. On page 5, I'm now moving to the Veteran Services Agency. On page 540, under professional services, it basically doubled from 2020 to 2021, and it remains there in 2022. Could you explain that to us, please?
This particular line is where we account for a couple contracts. It's our drug court contract, the Dwyer peer-to-peer grant. We have a contract with Compeer, and this is also where we budget our tribe ecotherapy contract.
Understood. Thank you. speaking of the Tribe Ecotherapy contract, through you, Mr. Chairman, first of all, thank you for continuing it in the budget for the Veteran Service Agency for 2022. I understand that there was some sort of statistics provided to the administration. And since I believe I was the sponsor of doing this ecotherapy, I've never seen that report on the success of it. Would it be possible to get a copy of that?
Let me follow up on that, Mr. Chairman. I am not aware of it personally, but I can follow up.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that a report came in, and I would like to see it if possible. One of the reasons that I wanted to bring that forward was it doesn't necessarily just have to apply to veterans. It could apply to virtually anybody with, I'll call it PTSD-like syndrome, symptoms, battered women, abused children, whatever. Are there any plans to expand the use of ecotherapy into those fields as well in the 2022 budget? I didn't see any, but
If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Chairman, the legislator raised that in Human Services Committee. Very interesting. No, this proposed budget does not anticipate expanding that service into other areas, but it is an interesting question that has several of our attention.
good. I'm glad to hear it. And I do believe I raised it in Human Services as well. I was hoping someone might have done made some efforts in the intervening days. Last question, it's rather generic through you, Mr. Chairman. Could you please tell us what the impact have been of the COVID pandemic on any of the operations of the VSA? Are there any things you couldn't do that you wanted to do? Any things that you, major accomplishments that you actually consider that maybe didn't get put in the budget because you overcame some COVID problem? I mean, that's the kind of nature of what I'm looking for here.
Well, Mr. Chairman, we do have our director of the Veteran Service Agency, Nick Stefanovich, on the line.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chairman. It's a good question. There have been a lot of complications and a lot of achievements that have happened due to COVID. The VA has been our major challenge in regards to COVID. We've had to work closely with them. For example, one of the challenges is in order for a veteran to put through a claim for disability, the VA requires them to offer their DD-214. If they don't have that, we have to apply for it from the National Records Archive. The National Records Archive shut down, so extended the length of time for some veterans by about a year, unless we had other means to do that. We have been working with New York State to do that, so we were able to cut that time back down. We also worked with the VA on getting veterans vaccinated. We worked with Dr. Mendoza and the health department. We put out a PSA and made sure that all veterans were able to get vaccinated through the VA. And we just recently had some progress on making sure that veterans have access to the Excelsior Pass. This has been a problem statewide. And to my knowledge, no other county has been able to figure out that problem. If veterans are vaccinated at the VA, their data is put into a CDC database that does not share information with New York State. We now have access to help those veterans get that data into NISIS so that they can receive their Excelsior Pass. So, of course, like every other department, COVID has impacted the work that we do. However, I'm very proud to say that my staff has brought in very similar numbers in regards to the federal benefits to veterans, and we've overcome any challenge that has come our way from COVID.
Thank you, Mr. Stefanovich, and thank you, and please do thank your staff on behalf of the veterans in the legislature and all of the legislators for the work you do for our veterans. It is critical every day, as you know, and I'm a huge supporter. I yield the floor, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. I think at this time, I'm going to finish up here. I've got a few questions that I'm going to ask about in rec and ed area, as well as aviation. After that, we will have been, we're at about what, the 4-hour mark. And then it's my intention to move forward from there to start the agenda. If there are any additional questions or anything that come up, I encourage you to reach out to the committee, and maybe we can get those in writing and get those back to the administration. So I'm just going to continue here. And certainly, if during my line of questioning, a question comes up, we'll be able to ask that as well. Thank you. All right. So looking at recreation and education, Mr. Franklin, if we could go to page 586. And looking at appropriations, Parks Administration, capital projects is decreasing from $1,748,000 in 2021 to $1,293,000 in 2022. What is the reason for this decrease?
Mr. Chairman, I just got to get a page reference from you again. I'm sorry, I missed that.
Absolutely. Page 586. Looking at the appropriation, capital projects.
Oh, yes. Yes, Mr. Chairman. Those particular, there's actually 4 projects. They're all cash-funded projects. Buildings and structures, that's the big one, $750,000. But they have a heavy-duty equipment and a light-duty equipment. And then one that is actually being reduced a little bit, utilities, access, and site improvements. We're funding that at $293,000. It's a little less than it had been in prior years, mainly because the legislature approved a $7.2 million parks facility-wide cash capital project. A lot of the work that would have been done under utilities, access, and site improvements can be done under that other project. And this was a good year to work with the parks management team to reduce that and also work with them to better balance their budget between those items that are more repairs and maintenance versus those that are capital in nature, and they have done that.
Okay. And to the administration, moving on to page 598, appropriations, park grants. It appears this division has been entirely eliminated. The single item listed in 2021 stood at $35,976, and this is not included in 2022. Is this division eliminated? And if so, for what reason? And what was its primary function?
This division actually, Mr. Chairman, really accounts for that snowmobile trail maintenance referral that comes before the legislature.
Okay.
I think it might have before the legislature within the past couple months. That'll be accounted for in this particular page.
Okay, thank you. And to the administration on page 600, appropriations, parks, golf, capital leases is increasing from 0 in 2020 and 2021 to 180,000 in 2022. Can you please provide a reason for this change?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The Parks Department, this is their mower lease. Their mower capital lease had been in this particular division. Last year, management decided to move that to the administration division, but then realized they're better off putting it right back here where, I'll just say it belonged. But this is their mower lease. It was there each year for the past several years. It's not new.
Okay. And to the administration on page 695, revenues, parks, administration, fund balance falls from 191,499 in 2021 to 6,393 in 2022 proposed budget, though it appears the same amount as the previous year was requested.
So, Mr. Chairman, a lot of the, not every item is a department request. We tend to, when we put out our budgets, we tend to hold flat and roll forward interdepartment charges employee benefits, and our reserve for bonded debt. So this was a use last year of our reserve for bonded debt. The dollar amount just rolled forward for the request, but really the dollar amounts that are remaining for their capital projects is just over $6,000.
Okay. And to the administration, on page 697, revenues, parks, Seneca Park Zoo, can you explain why there's such a drastic decrease in fund balance?
Actually, yes, Mr. Chairman. I keep saying last year, technically it's the current year. The 21 budget included a bond anticipation note, $300,000, a little more. That was fully redeemed in April of this year. We're not issuing any bond anticipation notes this year, so there's nothing to redeem in the 22 budget.
Okay. Thank you. And now, moving to aviation, I've just got a few questions on that department. To the administration, what is the percentage of the department's budget is mandated versus non-mandated?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to have to follow up. We didn't run that calculation this year, so let me get back to you on that.
Okay. And to the administration, what is the breakdown of the aviation budget as it relates to appropriations charged to the general fund, airport fund, debt service fund, and capital projects fund?
Mr. Chairman, as an enterprise fund of the county that is not receiving any general fund subsidies, all the work of the Department of Aviation is accounted for in the airport fund. It accounts for its own capital projects and its own debt service.
Okay. Thank you. And to the administration, on page 554, appropriations, airport security, salaries are increasing from $303,506 in 2021, amended to $319,850 in 2022 proposed. What is the reason for this increase?
No real changes in their staffing, Mr. Chairman. So this really, this increase is really just the result of the typical pay and step increases, and then an estimate of what we think the CSEA contract will add to salaries.
Okay. And also on page 554, to the administration, appropriations, airport security maintenance equipment is decreasing from $70,000 in 2021 to $59,800 in 2022. What is the reason for this change?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I know what this particular line funds. It's regular repairs of their generator. They have emergency generators in their sprinkler system, plus their fire extinguisher inspections, and also maintenance of their overhead doors. It's about just over a $10,000 decrease. I don't have any other specific note, but I am looking at the actuals for 2020. And if I was quick enough to pull up Excel, I could look at probably 17 and 18 as well. But I will follow up, but I'm going to tell you for this meeting, the budget going forward is more reflective of where their actuals have fallen out.
Okay. And finally, my last question on aviation on page 558 to the administration, appropriations, airport field operations, salaries are increasing from $1,112,580 in 2021 to $1,156,419 in 2022. What is the reason for this increase?
Mr. Chairman, in this division, again, no particular staffing changes of note. This increase is really the result of pay and step increases plus an estimate of the CSEA contract settlement.
Excellent, excellent. All right. I think that is everything. I have all my questions answered. And I think if there aren't any other questions at this time, I'd like to move forward with the agenda. I don't hear an objection, so. Okay, Mr. Franklin, I want to thank you very much for listening to us and answering our questions. And now we'll move forward with the agenda. The next item on the agenda is the approval of minutes. You have the minutes from the October 26, 2021 meeting before you. They will stand approved unless the clerk is notified of any changes by the end of the day. The next item on the agenda is new business. Mr. Clerk.
Referral 21-0408. Directing a request for qualifications for Monroe County Treasury and liquidity analysis.
It's moved by legislator Hebert and seconded by legislator DeFlorio. Is there any discussion? Legislator Hebert.
You're muted, legislator.
Yeah, my computer didn't want to cooperate. Sorry, I actually don't have any discussion on this or any questions. So.
Legislator Barros.
Legislator Baroth, you have the floor.
Thank you. I just have one quick question for the maker of the motion. In the referral, it states that one of the requirements is the request for qualifications be issued within 7 days of the effective date of this resolution, which is, I think, December 14th. I'm not sure about that, but next week or so. So my question is, why such a tight deadline of 7 days through the chair?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Legislator Baroth, simply because it should be a fairly simple thing to put together, and by getting it going, we the legislature, has a fiduciary responsibility, since the ARPA funds are in a legislature account, legislature related account, to make sure that they're earning maximum returns. And I think, quite frankly, this could have been done months ago and probably should have been done months ago. So I don't want it to languish over the holidays, et cetera. And I thought there's no reason we can't get this done before everybody disappears for Christmas and have it out for people to respond to.
Thank you. And then finally, through the chair to the maker of the motion, do you not believe that the administration is already doing this sort of analysis?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, Legislator Baroth, I think that the likelihood is Mr. Franklin is doing the best job he can. However, I am aware of organizations, one in particular that is recommended by NISAC and by NACO to do this kind of work, and they probably have competitors. We should put it out there, find out, and for a very reasonable amount of money, have them ensure that we are in fact bringing in the maximum amount of revenue on the monies that we already have, because unlike many things, we get to keep them.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, Legislator Mafucci.
Legislator Mafucci, of the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, I would like to hear any feedback the administration might have about this. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the administration. Any reaction, any?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, no, we don't have a reaction to this or have any comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, no, but you might want to do a roll call vote.
Oh, okay. Do you have a second for that?
No, you don't need a second.
Yep.
I need a second.
Second.
Okay. All right. We're going to do, no, I'm
you
sorry.
don't need a
Sorry. I misheard you, Legislator Broth. We're going to do a roll call vote. Just 1 second. We're just getting organized here, okay? Thank you. We have a little bit of lag.
Ms. Barnhart.
No.
Ms. Barnhart votes no. Mr. Baroff.
No.
Mr. Baroff votes no. Mr. Brew.
Yes.
Mr. Brew votes yes. Mrs. DeFlorio.
Yes.
Mrs. DeFlorio votes yes. Mr. Felder. Mr. Felder?
Yes.
Mr. Felder votes yes. Mr. Hebert?
Yes.
Mr. Hebert votes yes. Mr. Mafucci?
No.
Mr. Mafucci votes no. Mr. Marinetti?
Yes.
Mr. Marinetti votes yes. Mr. Morelli?
No.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Ms. Smith votes yes. Chairman Delahaney?
Yes.
Chairman Delahaney votes yes. 7-4, referral passes.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, this is Legislator Brew.
Legislator Brew, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. In the interest of saving a little bit of time, I think that we can compress our timeline somewhat here tonight. And I'm proposing to move all of the remaining items on the agenda tonight as one, with the exception of the following 15 referral numbers. And I'll read these one at a time. 411, 412, 426, 428, 436, 442, 448, 459, 453, 458, 460, 461, 463, 471, and 472.
I'll second that, Mr. Chairman. Morelli.
Thank you. Okay. All those in favor? Please signal.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Just give us 1 second here. I'm with the clerk and we're just going to make sure we've got everything organized and ready to go. So if you can just bear with us for a minute, please. Be able to get those? Yeah.
Correct.
You have to go 6531 east.
Yep, 411.
You gotta make a left. Make a left. Well, yeah.
Legislator Felder, you gotta mute your phone, please.
Okay. Ready?
We're ready.
Referral 21-0411, authorize a contract with ME Engineering for professional engineering services for the Civic Center Complex Reconstruction Project.
Move it, Mr. Chairman.
Moved by Legislator Hebert,
Second.
second by Legislator Smith. All those in favor? Sorry,
Discussion, sir?
Sorry. It's been a long night. Any discussion?
Legislator Hebert.
Legislator Hebert, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Through you to the administration, do any of these, does anything related to this referral affect the homeless population living in the garage?
Through the chair, good evening. This is Bill Daly with DES. No, it does not.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman, the administration, what modifications could be made, if any, to improve the security of the garage to help with the homeless population problem of them getting in? Are they included in this work that is being requested in this referral? It has been a long night, Mr. Chairman.
Through the chair, that is outside the scope of this project.
Through the chair, could you explain why it's outside the scope? Was it just not considered?
Through the chair, the scope of this project is focused on the infrastructure of the garage, dealing with electrical gear, MEP requirements within the complex, such as the heating, structural evaluation of the garage, to deal with some of the spalling, some drainage issues in the garage, ventilation and steam piping.
I asked the question because, through you, Mr. Chair, I asked the question because it also stated that life safety and security systems that support the complex is specifically listed. So I thought I thought that was in scope, but apparently not. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield the floor.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Item carries. The next item,
Authorize contracts with Bergman Associates, architects, engineers, landscape architects, and surveyors, Erdman, Anthony and Associates, Labella Associates, Popley Architecture and Engineering, SWBR Architecture, Engineering, and Landscape Architecture for Monroe Community College Engineering and Architectural Term Services.
Move
Move it,
it.
Mr. Second.
moved by legislator DeFlorio, seconded by legislator Smith. Is there any discussion?
Legislator
Hebert.
Smith.
Go ahead.
I re-up.
Legislator-
Legislator
Go ahead,
Smith.
Legislator Smith.
Through the chair, was an RFQ issued for this?
Through the chair, it's through the expression of interest process. And yes, there's an RFP issued as well.
Thank you. Through the chair, could you provide us with a copy of both of those?
Through the chair, yes, we can.
Thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one quick question through you to the administration. Since this is sort of a blanket contract, if some portion of this, it was to exceed $20,000, according to procurement policy, would that need to come before the legislature, or do you already have permission to do up to 200,000 based on this? Could it all be spent in one agreement?
Through the chair, that is correct. We would have the authorization to spend the 200,000.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next item,
Referral 21-0426, authorize the sale of county-owned tax foreclosure property located at 1800 South Winton Road in the town of Brighton.
Move it, Mr. Chairman.
moved by
Second.
legislator Smith, seconded by legislator Hebert. Is there any discussion?
Legislator Barrow.
Legislator Baroff.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the administration, could you describe me, it's a vacant land, but could you describe the nature of the property, woods, grass, junk?
Through the chairman, it's a mix of brushy area and wooded area with some wetlands.
Thank you. And as a follow-up, I tried to figure out where this was. Can you tell me where this property is located through the chair?
Through the chair, on the east side of Winton Road, just north of Cambridge Place.
Oh. Okay, thank you very much.
Is there any further discussion?
Legislator Hebert.
Legislator Hebert.
Through you, Mr. Chairman of the administration, what can you tell us about the offerer here? Regency Legacy 2 LLC has no website. I can find no owner listed anywhere. So I'd like to know who they are.
Through the chair, I'm really not, they're developers and they're buying it for speculation, is what they told us.
Through you, Mr. Chairman of the administration, this is a 3.1 acre lot, zoned parcel zoned residential vacant land in the Brighton School District. As I said, there's no website for this organization. There's no listing of who owns or manages it. It went into existence 3 months ago. How do we know they'll pay their taxes or what their planned uses are for it? I mean, it was incorporated on August 9th of 2021.
Through the chair, I mean, there's never any guarantee about who's going to pay their taxes or who's not going to pay their taxes. And it's not unusual for even, the bigger developers to create a new LLC for every project that they start. I mean, so that's not uncommon.
That last attempt through you, Mr. Chairman. So we don't even know who owns this organization.
The three partners are Sheila Williams, Nolan Williams, and Jonathan McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, is there any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Who is that?
Thank you, sir. Yes, to you, Mr. Chair, to the administration. How do I ask this? I assume we know that the offerers, it's listed in the referral. They don't owe any property taxes or anything like that, so they must be in good standing with the county then?
Through the chair, that's correct.
And through the chair of the administration, just to follow up, and we consider that, for a 3-acre lot, that $10,000 is a good price?
Again, this is the second time that this property has been sold. The first bidders at an auction never closed on the property, could be for a variety of reasons. And so therefore, we had another opportunity to sell it, and we're going to do that.
Okay, well, thank you. And since it's the second time, okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Legislator Morelli.
Yep, Legislator Morelli of the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the administration, am I correct that it was said that this property has wetlands and is for the most part brush? So presumably a $10,000 offer on 3 acres of land that likely can't be developed is a pretty good number?
Through the chair, it has a percentage of wetlands, and as we know from a previous wetland sale that we had in Henrietta, the going price for wetlands is about $900 an acre, which would be about $2,700 if it was all wetlands. There's some non-wetlands. If it, given the mix of that with wetlands and wetland trying to develop, the price of $10,000 is reasonable.
Sounds like you got a great price. Thank you.
All right, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Referral 21-0428, authorize the sale of county-owned tax foreclosure property located at 2950 Atlantic Avenue in the town of Penfield.
Move it, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Moved by Legislator Smith, seconded by Legislator Hebert. Is there any discussion? Legislator Barath.
Sure, I hesitate to ask, but through the chair of the administration, could you please describe the nature of this property?
Again, it's a mostly wooded, brushy area, below grade from Atlantic Avenue on the south side of the road, out past 250.
And just one last quick question. Is it located like right next to the road, through the chair?
But through the chair, it does have frontage on Atlantic Avenue.
Oh, thank you.
Legislator Hebert.
Legislator Hebert, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the administration, is it also true that this property is 15.69 acres, zoned residential vacant land in the Penfield School District? However, I know that there have been previous attempts to get the town of Penfield to develop it. And quite frankly, they have refused to allow it to be developed because there's also swampiness, which I don't think I heard you say. I may have missed it. I'm sorry if I did. In this case, I think it is an exceptional price for the property as it exists today and what the buyer is going to be able to do with it. It's right on the edge of the 1,000-acre swamp, by the way, also. It borders the 1,000-acre swamp.
That's correct.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any further discussion? See none. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Referral 21-0436, authorize a contract with the University of Rochester for a Monroe County Emergency Medical Services Medical Director.
Move, Mr. Chair.
Moved by legislator Hebert,
Second.
second by legislator Smith. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Referral 21-0442, authorize the submission of an amendment to the 2021 Annual Action Plan for the Home Investment Partnerships American Rescue Plan Program to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development and authorize acceptance of an American Rescue Plan grant for the Home Investment Partnerships Program.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by legislator DeFlorio,
Second.
second by legislator Hebert. Is there any discussion?
Legislator Hebert.
Legislator Hebert, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the administration, could you please provide a brief description of the Home-ARP program?
Mr. Chairman, if you can give us a moment, please.
This is Don Crum. Can you repeat the question for me?
Certainly, through Mr. Chairman, to the administration, could you please provide a brief description of the Home-ARP, which I believe stands for American Rescue Plan Program?
Through the chair, it would be a very brief because I don't have all the details. I do know what we're getting this money for, but the Home-ARP program is going to be run similar to like the other HUD programs like the CDBG and things of that nature. But what we're doing with this referral tonight is we're getting a plan together for how we're going to use the funds. We've been doing public outreach to get ideas and to see how we're going to use whatever money comes into the department.
Thank you.
Through the chair, does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's fine. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the administration, does acceptance of this grant in any way commit the county to specific uses of the $144 million of ARPA funds, or is it limited to just the $4.29 million of this Home-ARP program?
Through the chair, I believe it's just limited to this program. With some of, as you may remember, with some of the CARES Act money as well, it did not tie into the larger amount that the county got. This comes through, in this case, it comes through HUD. So it may have certain restrictions that HUD would have, but it doesn't tie into the bigger grant the county would receive.
And through you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Crum, thank you for the answer. You said you believe, is that a firm for sure? It does not tie us up to do anything with the $144 million that we received?
Through the chair, yes, that's true. I'm
Thank you,
sorry, I
sir.
used the word believe, but
Thank you. I yield the floor, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Referral 21-0448, authorization to contract for Monroe County Office for the Aging Programs in 2022, 2023.
Move it, Mr.
Nope.
Chairman.
Second.
Moved by legislator Smith, seconded by legislator Hebert. Is there any discussion?
Legislator Smith.
Legislator Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair, who determines whether an agency is a sole source provider?
Mr. Chairman, I believe we have Dr. Rebecca Hartman available. Mr. Chairman, I stand corrected. Steve Newcomb might be available for that. Mr. Chairman, if you can give me one, please.
He was on earlier. He's not on right
Hi, Mr. Chairman. Robert Franklin. I'm sorry, can you just repeat the question for me real quick?
Absolutely. No problem. Through the chair, who determines whether an agency is a sole source provider?
Oh, Mr. Chairman, the first test is through our purchasing manager. There's a vetting process that she goes through. If it gets by her, she refers it on to our law department, who then has a second round of tests. So both purchasing and law have to concur on whether to grant sole source justification.
Thank you. Through the chair, were there anyone else who responded to the request for qualifications?
Mr. Chairman, if you could give us one moment for that too, please.
Mr. Chairman, we have that information, not at our fingertips. We'd be happy to supply that prior to the December meeting.
Thank you. I yield the floor.
Legislator Baroff.
Thank you. My question's already been asked.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Referral 21-0453, acceptance of a grant from the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee for the comprehensive toxicology testing in driving under the influence and driving under the influence of drugs program, Office of the Medical Examiner.
Move, Mr. Chair.
Moved by legislator Hebert, seconded by legislator DeFlorio. Is there any discussion?
Legislator Hebert.
Legislator Hebert, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the administration, do we have a testing approach for marijuana-related drug driving?
Mr. Chairman, this is Dr. Hartman from the Medical Examiner's Office. The approach for marijuana testing continues as it has time immemorial. So we perform a screen, and if a case comes back positive for a cannabinoid metabolite, it's referred for further testing to confirm and quantify the cannabinoid analytes.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman, the administration. I know THC remains in the body's fatty tissues for a long time. How can we, is there any of that additional testing that allows you to determine how long ago the individual that has shown the THC in their body ingested it?
Mr. Chairman, this was actually the subject of my dissertation in part. The answer is not really. You can get a sense based on the relative amounts of the various metabolites as well as THC itself. You can have a sense of whether somebody is an occasional or chronic user, but in terms of determining how long ago someone ingested, it really depends a lot on a lot of those factors. The nature of the route of administration, so in other words, whether someone smoked or ingested the drug, as well as whether they're a chronic or occasional user. One of the metabolites, or a couple of the metabolites, you can look at and get a sense of if ingestion was a couple of hours ago versus maybe not. But again, you can never be certain because there's too much inter-individual variability.
Thank you. That's how I understood it as well. Through you, Mr. Chairman. Given what you've just said, do we have any idea why the grant is being decreased this year?
Mr. Chairman, that relates to the fact that the grant is based on drug driving cases. So we have to do it that way because the grant is very specific to the fact that we can only use those monies for DUI testing specifically. And the trouble with that is we do the exact same testing for our decedents that we do for our DUI cases, and we can't not batch them together. So we base the grant based on the number of cases that we get in. And in order to write an effective justification in the grant proposal, we have to look at the cases that have been submitted in the most recent year. And that's what it's based on. And I can't really speak to what's going on in other departments, but my understanding is there's kind of a universal staffing situation. We got fewer DUI cases this past year, so we couldn't put more into the grant proposal.
Understood. Thank you, Doctor, for your answers. I yield the floor, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Referral 21-0458, acceptance of a grant from the New York State Board of Elections for the Early Voting Expansion Grant Program.
Move it, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Second.
Moved by legislator Smith, seconded by legislator Hebert and DeFlorio. Is there any?
Legislator Barba.
Legislator Barat.
Thank you. Through you to the administration, just one brief question. The span of the grant is a kind of odd one. It goes from April 7th, 2021 to January 28th, 2022. I'm interested, why is the grant ending on January 28th, 2022? Something significant about that date?
Mr. Chairman, I believe David Rylick from the Board of Elections is available.
Yes, through the chair, obviously the dates are set by the New York State Board of Elections. All of the expenses must take place by January 28th, 2022. We actually can submit claims through April 29th, 2022, but all the expenses have to have taken place by the 28th of January.
Okay, so through the chair, so basically the state just arbitrarily said it's going to be done by January 28th?
Through the chair, it appears so.
Okay, thank you.
Legislator Hebert.
Legislator Hebert, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the administration. Do we have any idea how much money the Monroe County Board of Elections expended on this early voting expansion program? And I mean, the base of the question is, does this grant cover the added expense, or are we not covered?
Through the chair, this particular grant is for $55,532.72. the plan for the BOE of how we were going to spend it is on new Brother printers. They're actually going to be replacing the discontinued model of the Oki printers that we currently use. It's been increasingly difficult to find parts for the Okis since they have been discontinued. So we are trying to stay ahead of everybody else, all the other counties, and get these printers early that No Ink has determined are the replacement or the appropriate replacement printers. So that's how the money will be used.
Understood, but Mr. Chairman, that I don't think that's not what I intended to ask. What do we know what we actually spent on the expansion of early voting this year?
Through the chair, we have not purchased any new equipment this year or expanded early voting beyond additional poll sites. If you would like a dollar amount on the inspectors that we paid to man those poll sites, we can certainly get that to you tomorrow. But we didn't actually purchase any equipment or expand early voting in those kind of ways.
Thank you. So through you, Mr. Chairman, just because of the response, you were able to manage the expansion of the number of sites, which I think was pretty substantial and welcome, and without having to buy any additional equipment. So I take it you just shipped equipment that had been at the previous 9 or 10, 11 sites, whatever it was, year one, to these sites?
Through the chair, that is correct. We, I believe we did 7 for a primary, 7 to 9 for a primary, and 12 for a general. And then this past year we did 12 and 14. I believe definitely 14 for general election. And when we had originally purchased all of this equipment with grant money in 2019, we purchased enough to man an expansion. We purchased enough equipment to be able to expand because we anticipated that that would be a need we had, and we were correct in that assumption. So we used equipment we currently had to expand early voting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like the cost of the inspectors, and I yield the floor, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Referral 21-0459, authorize a contract with Xerox Corporation for multifunction devices, support and maintenance.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by legislator DeFlorio, seconded by legislator Hebert. Is there any discussion?
Legislator Barros,
Legislator Baroth, you have the floor.
thank you. Through you to the administration, how long has Xerox had this contract with the county?
Mr. Chairman, I believe we have Jennifer Cusey available to answer that.
This is Jennifer Cusey, Director of Information Services. The current contract, I believe it's 7 years. We had to extend it a couple of years in order to make it to this time frame due to, COVID specifically, but the delays obviously pushed it out a little bit further than normal. It was originally a 5-year contract.
Thank you. And through the chair to the administration, and was Xerox, correct me if I'm wrong here, but did they replace, and I'm going to get it wrong, MSW3 LDC?
Xerox did not, I'm sorry, the MFDs, the original purchase was purchased through the UTC.
UTC.
What you're talking about, right. But so yeah, will basically be the new version of that, yes.
Thank you. And hopefully at a much more equitable rate than we used to pay.
It's actually I think it's a very good price, but.
Excellent. Very happy to hear that the LDC system seemed a little, abused. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion?
Legislator Hebert.
Legislator Hebert.
Yeah, one quick question through you, Mr. Chairman. In the third paragraph, it authorizes any amendments necessary. Are those amendments limited to the $300,000 here, or are we essentially giving a blank check to whoever is running this contract?
Mr. Chairman, if you could hold on one moment, please.
Yeah. Through the chair, this is the county attorney. It's not a blank check. It would be amendments to the terms of the contract, not an increase in funding or an increase in the duration of the contract.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield the floor.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Referral 21-0460, authorize a contract with Avero for enterprise resource planning analysis project services.
Move it, Mr. Chairman.
Moved by legislator Smith,
Second.
seconded by legislator DeFlorio. Is there any discussion?
Legislator Hebert.
Legislator Hebert, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a few questions here. Three to the administration. Is the SAP system considered critical to performing Monroe County business?
Mr. Chairman, again, Jennifer Cusey is available.
Thank you. Yeah, this is Jennifer Pusey. Yes, SAP system is critical to performing county business.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the administration. What other organizations responded to the RFP?
I just realized as I was looking through my notes here, I don't have the list of the other ones. I know BDO was one of them and they were priced extremely high. I don't know, Bob Franklin, if you happen to have those in front of you. If not, I can get those to you before our next meeting.
I'll wait till the next meeting. That's fine. Through you, Mr. Chairman, the administration. How experienced did you guys consider Avero to be?
They have a great deal of experience. They're one of the smaller respondents, but they are very experienced with exactly what we're looking for. So they have the experience. They're not an IBM by any means, but their personnel that they put forward seemed very competent, and they had several similar type of projects that they had completed in their proposal.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chairman, just to explain why I'm very concerned about this. Avero has been in existence only since 2017. It has a grand total of 9 employees, and its revenue, according to Dun & Bradstreet last year, was $1.05 million. This is a really important system to the county. I know that for a fact. And I do have a couple other questions. Did you get any indication, through you, Mr. Chairman, of the administration, of how many other county governments Avero has advised in their 4 years of existence?
Jennifer, I know that they do have several organizations, public organizations, specifically in and around Tennessee, I believe it was. But I do not have an exact number. I will have to get back to you with what they provided.
I would also, through you, Mr. Chairman, of the administration, if you could also check and see on their website, they claim to have 10 years of experience, but they didn't exist before 2017. So I'm not quite sure how that jives.
If I can answer that, Mr. Chairman, the personnel that make up the employees of the company have far more experience than the tenure of the company itself. These are experienced business analysts, project managers, various implementation specialists that were employed in various other areas before this company came to be.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the administration. On the CIP, page 9, the only entry I could find on ERP security lists $350,000 in 2024 and 25, and another $200,000 in 26, and finally a $600K figure in 2027. So that's about $1.5 million. Is that intended to cover the costs of replacing SAP?
This is Jennifer. I guess I can go ahead and take that unless you would prefer to do that, Bob.
Mr. Chairman, no, it is not the intent that that particular capital fund would be the funding source to replace SAP. There would be a different capital fund to be created.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Franklin. Through you, Mr. Chairman, the administration, do we have an estimate of what we expect the cost to be to do this replacement?
This is Jennifer.
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Bob.
The Evero is engaged to help us assess our wants versus needs versus what SAP delivers for us to design and write and release an RFP, and will help us evaluate the proposals that come in. We expect proposals from anywhere from 6 to a dozen entities, even though there are probably 3 dozen entities out there offering their products. They will help us evaluate and score, and then based on the proposals that come in and who is shortlisted, we'll be in a better position to draft a referral to create a capital fund to actually replace. I can say that the Rochester City School District probably just spent $15 million on a system.
Yeah, I know.
But that is just one entity and hardly representative.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin, and I would concur that this replacement will not be inexpensive. I guess one last question. The referral is for $250,000 for the period basically of January 22 through 2024, December of 2024, with the option to renew for 2 additional one-year periods. That seems like potentially up to 5 years to do this work. Could someone help me understand that?
Mr. Chairman, I'll tag team with CIO Jennifer Kusi on this response, but no, we expect to release an RFP in '22, receive, evaluate, and score proposals in '23. So at most, we expect this engagement to be a 2-year endeavor. However, the SAP steering team, representing 4 different departments, likes the idea of being in a position to work with the consultant to actually help implement. And we like that approach because when the county implemented SAP back in 2005, the county actually had a dedicated implementation team. At various times, it ranged from 10 to 14 dedicated staff, full-time staff who basically were reassigned from their regular duties to focus on nothing but ERP implementation. And we just don't have that bandwidth today. All the consultants interviewed acknowledged that no one today has a team of 10 people to pull off and dedicate towards implementation. So they all realize the benefits of continuing on with their work throughout the implementation. And we didn't specifically engage Evero in this contract to do that, trying to hedge our bets in that regard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One last comment to the administration. If you could provide any additional information regarding Evero. I do have a lot of experience with ERP systems and a variety of very large Fortune 50 companies, and I'm just not very comfortable with Evero being the selection. So anything you could do to help quell or calm my concerns, I would be greatly appreciative of prior to the full committee meeting on the 14th. I yield the floor, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Referral 21-0461, acceptance of a grant from the Office of Temporary and Disability Assistance for Home Energy Assistance Program, District Administrative Allocations.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by legislator DeFlorio, seconded by legislator Smith. Is there any discussion?
Legislator Barros.
Legislator Baroth, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. Through you to the administration, am I correct to think that the primary impact of this $2 million grant will be to increase the processing and efficiency of delivering benefits to beneficiaries? Is that the primary benefit, or is it going to be increasing the number of beneficiaries?
Mr. Chairman, Denise Reed is available, I believe.
Good evening, Denise Reed. So through the chair, this is an administrative allocation.
Yeah.
So it is not going to be used for direct benefits to HEAP recipients, but it will be used for us to, we're actually planning to onboard some temporary staff to help us with an increased, we received additional HEAP allocations, so we do have that. And the state also initiated a new arrears program for HEAP beneficiaries. That is an additional local burden, so to speak, I guess. It wasn't something that we were expecting. And so this allocation will help us bring on some temporary staff that we will use to process those applications for that special program that the state launched, in addition to our normal HEAP operations, which this year started a month early through the chair.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Is there any further discussion?
Legislator Hebert.
Legislator Hebert.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, one quick question. Do you know how, to the administration, do you know how much money is in the fund for HEAP benefits to actual, constituents here in Monroe County?
I'm gonna defer to Mr. Franklin.
Mr. Chairman, if the question is, how much do we budget for direct payments for beneficiaries? It's about $1.2 million. The big HEAP payments actually don't flow through Monroe County. We authorize them, but they're direct pay out of the state of New York.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. Through you, Mr. Chairman, do you know how much the total HEAP money that comes into the county from whatever sources might be, Mr. Franklin?
I'm gonna let Deputy Commissioner Reed correct me, but I believe it's in the range of $16 to $20 million.
Okay, thank you.
If you just give me 2 seconds, I actually have that. So if I can just pull it up, if you just give me 2 seconds, because we just pulled this for somebody else. So I have the data. Hold on 1 second.
Thank you. My information is at least 10 years old.
Do you, Mr. Chair, Deputy Reed, I have the information. So I see the data for September 2021. We issued benefits to 65,456 recipients at a total dollar amount of $17,200,879.
Thank you very much, Ms. Reed. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield the floor.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Referral 21-0463, amend resolution 144 of 2011 as amended by resolution 313 of 2020 to extend the license agreement with the Lilac Festival to produce the Lilac Festival in Highland Park.
Move it,
Move
Mr.
it, Mr.
Chairman.
Chairman.
Second.
Second.
Moved by legislator Hebert, seconded by legislator Smith. Is there any discussion?
Legislator Hebert.
Legislator Hebert, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of all three of us county legislators who are former veterans, this did come up at a previous committee meeting, but we wanted to make sure it was clear. We want a buffer with a physical barrier that has pedestrian entrances to allow access to the War on Terror Memorial, the Vietnam Veterans Memorial, the Gary Bykirk section of the park, starting at the Al Siegel Center, to prevent vendor encroachment on that, mainly during their access and egress from the properties where things actually were damaged. As everybody knows, some of the Vietnam veteran stones were actually damaged. Fortunately, the vendors were somehow made to pay or volunteered to pay, but we would like to make sure that does not happen again. And that's my only comment for this. I just wanted to make sure it's clear as to the other two veteran legislators. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Referral 21-0471, mortgage tax distribution.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by legislator DeFlorio, seconded by legislator Hebert. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Referral 21-0472, amend resolution 412 of 2020 to amend and increase the contract with Rochester Regional Health through its Rochester General Hospital permitted laboratories to provide clinical laboratory services for the Monroe County Department of Public Health.
Move it, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Moved by legislator Smith, seconded by legislator Hebert. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Is that it?
That's the last one.
Okay. Well, that's our last item on the agenda. Are there any other matters to come before this committee?
No, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir. Legislator
just-
Baroff.
I just point out that we didn't take any bets on the over under 10:30, but just past 10:30.
Well, thank you to all the legislators for doing an outstanding job tonight, as well as the administration for all the questions and answers. And there being no other matters.
Legislator, Mr. Chairman, Legislator Morelli, just briefly, if I
Legislator
could.
Morelli, absolutely, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as this being my last meeting of the Ways and Means Committee before my tenure here at the county legislature expires, I would like to thank you and all the other members of the Ways and Means Committee for the work that you do. But I'd also like to thank Mr. Franklin, who I've had the privilege of working with for many years under different administrations, for the work that he puts into the annual budget, for the work that he provides to all of us every day that he goes to work. I am extremely appreciative. And to all of the employees of Monroe County that do such amazing work. The future of Monroe County is very bright, and it is because of the employees that work for this county and dedicate so much of their life, often at very little pay. So I just, as a point of personal privilege, on my last night, I wanted to thank you, thank the people of Monroe County, and certainly people of Arundequoit who have given me the great privilege to serve in the county legislature. So with that, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you, Legislator Morelli. Appreciate the sentiments. And Legislator Baroff.
I was just going to say, here.
Excellent, excellent. Again, thank you all for tonight. And if there are no other matters, the December 2nd, 2021 meeting of the Ways and Means Committee stands adjourned. The next meeting of the Ways and Means Committee will be announced.